Appreciate it, host. If you were to delete the voice out of the person known as CH, I think that would like keep my sanity in check, and I think it would be like great.
Oh wait,
Oh
what
yeah,
is
Pete.
Oh yeah, so the first person is gonna be Rookie versus Scholar, and you guys are starting at 6:15. I'm just gonna do like a small speech.
I bet.
That's true. It's fine. I'm nervous. I mean, yeah. It's obviously natural to be nervous. I think anyone would be.
But hold on.
I think it's perfectly fine for me to be nervous, but you know.
Okay, so actually, like, yeah, I'm good to go.
Okay.
But hey guys, hello everyone. I know there's not like a lot of people in here right now, but if you can, please tap your screens, like the live, and share it with anybody who you think might be interested. My name is Mr. Coco. I host debates on TikTok, trying to bring professional debates to TikTok. And today we're doing Coco-Mania 7. The Coco-Mania series is like the debates that I host on TikTok. I also help out with Day of Debates, and like there's a Day of Debates series where I host formal debates with my friends OG Kylo and AR, and we do formal debates on there. Today we have 3 debates that are happening tonight. We have rookie.kg versus scholar.af over does the classical theistic God exist? We have cap.kg versus trivialist on error theory, and then Kylo versus Z on trans women, the trans women topic. So with that, those are going to be our 3 debates, and also in between we're going to have like 15-minute segments for audience questions, comments, concerns, and critiques. And ultimately, I would say, if you really want to help out, please tap your screens, share with anybody who you think might be interested. The taps help us get on the For You page. And then in regards to gifts, please gift the people who are debating, gift the judges. Today we have like 1 judge, a team, because we're kind of short notice. But we are going to do audience vote as well. Gift the contestants, give the judges. We might ask the audience and see if anyone wants to judge. We'll probably select 2 people from the audience, maybe, to come up and judge. We'll see your qualifications, and then, I mean, that could help out. We'll do an audience vote, and then, if you have any other gifts after you've gifted the contestants and the judges, please gift me. All of us use the gifts for our channels, for our content, and it really could help. But I do understand that we live in a time where money is hard to come by, and like we're in a economic crisis. So we just appreciate you guys being here. You don't have to gift. We just appreciate you guys being here. And if you can, just tap your screens, share with everybody. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. So with that, we can start our first debate, which is going to be Rookie versus Scholar. Let me set the background, and then we'll start the time sections. And we're starting 5 minutes early, and yeah, we can get straight into it. So let me see. I think I'm gonna go with this one. Wait, no, oh no, that's not it. Hold on. Classical theism is true. Okay, this is gonna be the first debate, and the affirmative is gonna go first with their 5-minute opener. So I think that's going to be... Who's it going to be between you guys?
That would be me, sir.
That'd be you?
Yeah, that would be me, sir.
Okay. I'm going to set the timer, and then it'll start whenever you... I got it right here. And yeah, it'll start whenever you say your first word.
Okay, great. Hey, everyone. Thank you for joining us today on this beautiful debate with my interlocutor known as Rookie KG, who I highly respect. And thank you, Hatem, for being the judge who would step up in order to judge this beautiful linear debate. And thank you, host, for, giving your time out of your day in order to, host this beautiful event. And thank you for every viewer who, wanted to take their time out of their beautiful day in order to, watch this linear beautiful debate. I thank you all. Today, I'm going to, be justifying the classical theist, position on God's existence being true. What I'm going to be using to justify this is type B physicalism and psycho physical harmony. On my first debate on this, I'm going to be very excited. Let us begin though. Let's begin. Yeah. P1 is just going to be as follows. Let me pull up my arc, please. Thank you. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Holy shit. Let us get this out. Yeah. Okay. P1. If psychophysical harmony is grounded in divine explanation, then God exists. Right. Right. And then P2 will just be following from this. 1 second. Ooh. Hold on. Let me get this. Hold on. My bad. I pulled up the wrong arc. Let me go ahead and get this. My bad. 5, 4, 3, 2. Volume fried. My bad. I forgot. I've got my premise keys missing. Hold on. Yeah. P1. Necessarily if type B physicalism and psychophysical harmony are true, then psychophysical harmony requires an explanation. Then P2. Necessarily if psychophysical harmony requires a grounding explanation, then that explanation is rational ground, divine grounding. P3 is just going to be necessarily if divine grounding exists, then God exists. Okay. Then P4 is just going to be type B physicalism is true, granted to defend the argument that I've given. Then P5 is just going to be psychophysical harmony exists. P6, if the classical theist God exists, then God is necessarily a necessary being, right? Then conclusion 1 is just going to be God exists, and then P2 is just going to be God necessarily exists. And then this is just going to be, let's call it provided from P4 and P5, the proof sketch, and then this is just going to follow. I'm just going to give up the rest of my time as that's the arc. I'll be waiting for any counters.
Okay.
Claims
And with that,
after rebuttals. Okay.
oh, okay. And with that, that's
Thank
going
you,
to conclude Scholar's time. I'll stop the countdown. And then, Rookie, you're going to have 5 minutes to do your opening statement, and that starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay, first I want to say thank you to Coco for hosting this debate, as well as the team for judging, and also Scholar for being here, as well as the people who are viewing this. So the proposition is classical theism is true, which I'm negating, and tonight I will demonstrate that the God of classical theism is a logical impossibility. My opponent carries a heavy burden. They must prove that the classical model, defined by divine simplicity, impossibility, immutability, atemporality, along with the triomny properties, is not only internally coherent, but true in every single aspect. If even one attribute leads to a contradiction, the system fails. My case focuses on the logical problem of evil. My argument is straightforward. A perfectly rational, omniscient, omnibenevolent being would never allow even 1 second of suffering that wasn't strictly necessary for a greater good. Any suffering that serves no necessary purpose is gratuitous. This creates a fatal dilemma for the classical theist. My argument goes as follows. P1. If God exists, he would prevent all gratuitous evils. P2. All gratuitous evils aren't prevented by God. Conclusion. Therefore, God doesn't exist. Modus tollens. So the definition of an idealized rational agent is a being possessing omniscience, maximal knowledge, and omnipotence, maximal power. That perfectly aligns its desires with objective normative reasons, acting flawlessly to achieve evaluated outcomes. This aligns with Aquinas' definition of rational agency. How he defines it is that the essential defining capacity of human beings, which is rational, is to understand, judge, and act according to reason, distinct from mere sentient instinct. If my opponent admits that gratuitous evils exist, then God is not perfectly wise, powerful, or all good as he has failed to prevent an evil he had no reason to allow. If my opponent denies that gratuitous evils exist, they fall into a deeper contradiction. They must argue that every horrific atrocity in history was a logical requirement for God's plan. This makes a supposedly holy God the rational author of evil. It forces us into a logical contradiction where God must rationally require the very same atrocity he morally condemns. A perfectly consistent being cannot hate what he requires nor condemn what he necessitates. Because God's will cannot be divided against itself, the classical model of God is logically impossible. I look forward to my opponent's response.
Okay. And with that, is that going to conclude your opening statement?
Yes.
Okay. So that's going to conclude the opening statements, and now we're going to move into the cross-examinations. So each person is going to get 12 minutes to do their cross-examination. During this time, if your opponent is speaking too much, you can say, I reclaim my time. And in doing that, we will pause the timer. We will calm down your opponent. And then we will resume whenever everything is like calmed down, if there's like a scuffle. So just keep that in mind. And with that, Scholar, you're going to get 12 minutes. And it starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay, let us begin. My interlocutor claims that God, if one of these contradictions in one of his, elements in the set leads to some sort of contradiction, that it would just seem to be the case that our God does not exist under the classical theist view. Now, what I have here is going to be an argument that is going to counteract the LPOE, or the logical problem of evil. If my opponent has any questions that would lead to some sort of interlocuting, I would love to answer them. But the premises are just going to go as follows, contradictory for the LPOE. If psychophysical harmony exists, then it's the best explanation for divine grounding. If the divine grounding is the best explanation, then God exists. If psychophysical harmony exists. P4, if evil exists, it arises from creaturely freedom and corruption of creation. If evil arises from creaturely freedom, then evil is logically compatible with God. Premise 6 is just going to be evil exists. Conclusion 1, God exists. And then C is just going to be following from P6, evil is logically compatible with God. Now, if you have any questions on how, grotesque evils wouldn't be within, God's nature, I'll just, use some sort of freedom of defense in order to counteract with these evils. As free will within the Bible and also theology has claimed that, because free will has occurred, then also, there's going to be some corruption of good through human nature. If this human nature corrupts that of good and deprives it, then there's obviously going to be some sort of evils. If these evils are within the nature of free good, then I would say that there's a conjunction between these two evidences. Well, no, these two natures. Without the one, there can be another. So I would just say, if the conditional is true, then, this would also be positive. I don't know if my interlocutor has any questions or wants any, justification for any of the premises. He may answer if he wants any.
Yeah, can you repeat the first two premises?
Yeah, I just said premise 1, if psychophysical harmony exists, then it's the best explanation for divine grounding. And then P2, if divine grounding is the best explanation, then God exists.
And what do you mean by divine grounding?
Yeah, I would just take standard semantics on this.
Well, I'm not aware of the semantics, so.
Oh, okay. Sure. So when we talk about, divine grounding, I just take it to be the case that, hold on, actually, let's just use this. Evil does not, logically contradict God. It just reflects the devotion.
Well, I just asked for the
God's
definition
goodness.
of divine grounding. That's it.
You just want divine grounding. I just mean the properties in which God, enables to be true within his own entity. That's why I just
The
take
property God.
the psychophysical. Yeah, God, enables these things through psychophysical. Well, psychophysical harmony explains God's triune properties, including atemporal, and triune and all being. That's just what I mean by divine grounding.
So the premise 1 is, if psychophysical harmony exists, then God is the best explanation. That's all you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have an argument for that?
Do I have an argument for psychophysical harmony being true?
No, I mean,
So what you're asking here.
that's true under type B physicalism. I'm just saying that, do you have an argument for the conditional?
And which conditional do you want, premise 1 or 2?
Premise 1. Yeah. Premise 1.
Okay, you want premise 1.
Yeah, the inference is the best explanation, the IB.
Yeah, sure.
And you don't...
Psychophysical...
Sorry, go ahead, my fault.
Go ahead.
No, you
go
don't
ahead.
only have to demonstrate theism is true, but also all the components of classical theism. So impassibility, mutability, atemporality, and also divine simplicity. And it has to follow as the explanatory resource for the data.
You want an argument for... Okay, so you want an argument for if the... the classical theist, supports these...
No, I'm saying that classical theism has to be the best explanation.
No, I just affirm that classical theism is true. I don't say that it's the best explanation for God exists.
Okay, but that's what the conditional is saying.
That's not what we're affirming here.
The conditional is saying if psychophysical harmony exists, then then classical theism is the best explanation. That's the conditional. When we press the semantics, you get to
So
God.
I don't think you heard the arg. I never said that classical theism was the best explanation. I simply said in the premise 1, if psychophysical harmony, then it's the best explanation for divine grounding.
Yeah, and you define
Not
divine
that
grounding
if-
as what is entailed from God existing. And we already defined God in the onset as
Yeah, just the
classical theism.
properties that are entailed within.
Yeah, and so that'd be what classical theism is if we define God as a classical theistic model. Is he here?
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm right here.
Yeah, so that's what I want. I want an argument for that conditional.
Yeah, so we could just say that let's start off with premise one. We can just move down. Let's begin. There's no truth assessment. There exists that we're all premises are true and the conclusions are false, which is exactly for the condition for the logical validity on the propositional logic for this table.
What?
Psychophysical harmony, I'm just referring to like standard cement. Yeah, I'm just referring to the standard semantics. This is
My
entailed in
fault.
premise
Sorry,
one.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just referring to like physical actions.
Wait,
What
psychophysical
you call
harmony
it?
is physical actions?
No, it's just discussing between physical mind and body requiring explanatory ground. So just like systematic coordination or the grounding of attributed divine rational ordering.
Okay, and so when you say the connection between mind and body, do you mean
And then we would just
phenomenological
say God is
states?
the logos in order and creation.
Wait, I'm aware with what God is. I'm asking for the definition of psychophysical harmony and also the argument for the conditional, given that we get clear on the semantics. So psychophysical harmony to you is the connection between the mind and body, right?
Yeah, it refers to the structured correlation between mental intentions and that of physical actions.
Mental intentions. Okay, so
And that of physical
so
actions, sure.
this isn't also on like the semantical thesis as well as like the value thesis, saying that pain aligns with value, such as things that are bad. You don't affirm that thesis. You only affirm the intentions being in line with what we want to occur. That's it. Because there's three components of psychophysical harmony.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
only that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you have an argument
I'm
for
aware.
that version, that specific subset of psychophysical harmony being best explained by classical theism?
Sure. When we talk about psychophysical harmony and we talk about the intending tension between that of the structured correlation and the mind intentions, I take it to be the case that like evil is not a created substance and is just privation of corruption of good that is intended. If free will is intended between like God and that of the entity which created, which I just take like humans to be the person he created within an image, and he gave us free will. This property also carries some sort of goodness that he gave us, right? This would just be a good priority like to like God giving us this ability to be able to have free will. Also gives us to be the case that like we could corrupt this good in which God gave us. If it's taken to be the case that God did give us the ability to corrupt this corrupt this good that he gave us, then I would say that it's in natural and human nature. If it's natural and human nature, then I would say that God shouldn't have to fix this evil. If he did fix this evil, he ought to take away free will from us, which I just don't take it to be moral and
Okay.
against his will
Okay.
as a creator.
Okay. So, all right. So what you just said is an objection to my argument, right? Given that there's a free will defense, right? But I'm asking for the argument for the first condition you gave in your counter argument for the LPOE, right? But like that's fine. If you want to like go
Yeah, the
away from that
psychophysical
premise.
harmony would just the psychophysical harmony would just follow from like
No, but I asked
evil.
for the
'Cause
argument for the
evil
conditional
would
that
also just be
psychophysical harmony is best explained by classical theism. But then you went on to talk about the free will defense. I'm asking for that specific conditional. I can deal with the free will defense later, but I want an argument for the conditional you said is true, which is P1, which is psychophysical harmony is best explained by classical theism. Also, I can hear you typing, though.
No, my bad. I'm actually like getting my other args out from my Google Doc. I can turn on my camera if you want.
No, that's fine, bro. It's fine. It's fine. But like, I can deal with the free will defense after we get clear on this conditional and the argument for it. Take your time.
Sure. I would just take it to be the case that psychophysical harmony would be like the best explanation. Under the theistic view.
Wait,
because of
psychophysical harmony is the
fact that,
best
one,
explanation?
If God, no, psychophysical harmony is one of the best explanations under the theistic view for explaining how God, rationalizes us as beings.
Wait, so maybe you're just misspeaking, but you wouldn't say psychophysical harmony is the best explanation. It's the data that's being explained.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm
So,
asking
yeah,
why classical
psychophysical harmony
theism best
explains the data
explains that
instead,
data.
and it's the best explanation for the divine grounding.
Wait, but what's the argument for that? That's just restating the claim.
Yeah, I gave you the correlation between that of us humans, right? Having the intention and will, right, that God gave us, right? I said that psychophysical harmony under the, psychophysical harmony, responding to the logical problem of evil, right? I said that if, right, God gave us these free wills in which, have correlation between that of the intent and the will given from the body, right? I said God gave us free will, therefore these things and actions follow from goodness, right? Goodness is, obviously just going to be some sort of proprietary.
Wait, I'm sorry to
following
cut you off. I'm sorry. But like you aren't I can just excuse this, right? You aren't answering you aren't giving the argument for the conditional or that is best explained by classical theism. You're giving the free will defense of the OPOE, like Platinga's free will defense. It isn't even Platinga's, I think, but you're just saying free will requires evils to be done. Obviously, that's not true. There's no contradiction in there being free will and there being no evils. But I'm asking for the argument for the conditional that if psychophysical harmony exists, then classical theism is the best explanation. Focus on that. That's the only premise I want you to respond to.
Okay. So we already understand the semantics under classical theism. Well, no, not classical theism. Psychophysical harmony. In intentions reliable, producing bodily movements, pain experience, obviously. I guess you want the systematic correlation between that of the being.
I just want the any type of probability theory.
Yeah. So we obviously know that God is a rational ground of reality, the source of intelligibility, the creator of both mind and matter, right? So under psychological harmony, it's expected, right, rather than like accidental. And under type B physicalism, mental states are identical to brain states. So our evaluation, I guess, of like these behaviors would not necessarily be true introspective to under the beliefs. So like under pure physicalism, I guess it would be possible. Organisms behave as consciousness, but their beliefs maybe about consciousness are systemically wrong. But we observe between the like harmonies that there's obviously going to be like experiences, beliefs, and on those experiences, there's going to be physical processes. So under the classical theist belief, we're expected from divine rational design, and then the type B physicalist would just identify the relation assumed, but to be unexplained, right? When several theories can be like explain the same phenomenon with a theory with a greater explanatory power, it's just going to be coherent in reference to God. It would be more parsimonious. I posit less entities, and we result in the same, I guess, conclusion. I don't really know what else to say to you about that.
All right, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so, do you have an argument against like evolution being something that can explain this data under naturalism?
I have a what?
Evolution being able to explain this data just as well without pausing this entity.
Yeah, do you think evolution? Yeah, sure. I guess I would take it to be the case that if do I stop talking now, or
you can finish your last sentence, and then we'll go on to the next one.
I mean, he asked me, how does naturalism explain? He asked me to explain how does naturalism explain this evolution? Evolution would just be, under the naturalist view, which just takes some sort of like genealogy and phenotypes to be, passed down from generation to generation after generation, offspring to offspring. If, these certain traits that are needed to survive, I guess, under, evolution, need to be passed down in order to, continue their lifeline. If this lifeline, would concur, then, there would be resulting in some sort of new form of life from genealogy. I guess that would be the best way to explain how the biological process of, pain, or like, thalamocortical system. Well, in this case, physical states to mental states would work.
Okay,
would just be like gene states being passed down from one entity to another.
Okay, and with that, that's going to conclude Scholar's cross-examination. So now, Rookie, it's going to be your cross-examination. You get 12 minutes on the clock, and it starts when you say your first word.
Okay, so I already gave you the argument, but I'll give it again. P1, if God exists, he would prevent all gratuitous evils. P2, all gratuitous evils aren't prevented by God. Conclusion, therefore God doesn't exist. Modus tollens. Do you want any premise to be justified?
Yeah, can we start off with premise 1?
Yeah, sure, okay. P1, if a perfectly rational agent is always opposed to X in favor of Y and has no conflicting desires consistent with X, then the agent will take measures to prevent X when able. This is analytically true of a rational agent. Do you want me to say the whole thing and then ask you? Actually, I'll just say the whole thing. P2, God is perfectly rational, always opposes gratuitous evil in favor of the good, and has no conflicting desires consistent with the gratuitous evil. Conclusion 1, modus ponens, therefore God will take measures to prevent gratuitous evil when able. P3, if an agent is omnipotent and would take measures to prevent gratuitous evil when able, the agent always takes measures to prevent gratuitous evil. P4, God is omnipotent and would take measures to prevent gratuitous evil when able. Conclusion 2, modus ponens, therefore God always takes measures to prevent gratuitous evil. P5, if an agent is omnipotent, their measures to prevent gratuitous evil cannot fail. P6, God is omnipotent. Conclusion 3, modus ponens, therefore God would always prevent gratuitous evil.
That's it. Yeah, sure. Are you assuming in P1 that evil is a created substance?
No, you can reword the semantics to take to be a privation. You can just say God's opposed to the privation of good, which is analytically true of his essence. It's just rewording,
Yeah,
rewording
sure.
the problem. It isn't actually giving a providential relocation of the problem.
Do you think that humans within nature have the ability to corrupt good?
Wait, but that isn't like denying a premise. That touches on gratuitous evil existing or not. That isn't relevant
Yeah.
to the premise one.
Yeah, sure. I think gratuitous evils do exist, but I think that if we were to take away these gratuitous evils, then I think that would also be taking away freedom.
Okay, so
and
you
other
do
stuff. I think they have a conjunction.
So you do sign off on premise 2 that all gratuitous evils aren't prevented by God. Okay, so premise 1 is all we need to defend. Okay, you're saying that free will would justify every action of a gratuitous evil. Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, sure. Most actions, yeah, I would agree.
No, not most. Every single one. We just got clear that every gratuitous evil must be prevented by God.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. So
I'll agree to your
okay,
statement.
so it is logically necessary for evil to exist in order for free will to exist. So there's a contradiction in free will existing and the conjunction of free will and evil. There's a contradiction in free will being conjoined with evil. So what's the contradiction? P and not P.
Yeah, freedom. Well, not grotesque evils can exist without freedom. Grotesque evils can't exist. Well, can't exist without freedom.
Okay, well that's the question, Beck. You said grotesque evils can't exist without free will. That's the proposition. I mean, that's the what you're trying to find out. The contradiction you're trying to find out. You're saying that's the not P, but that's literally what you're trying to find out.
I just take it to be the case that like grotesque evils, right? The corruption of goodness, right? Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what I'm asking you. I asked you before, like, do you think that these things can be like committed without free will? And then, like you said, that has nothing to do with it.
Before I said that's not relevant at all because it wasn't. We were talking about psychophysical harmony. We weren't talking about defenses of the LPOE. We were on that proposition, the conditional that you could claim to be true. But now I'm asking, what's the contradiction in free will being true? I mean, free will existing as well as evil existing. What's the P and not P derived from that?
Yeah. Let's see. Contradiction. Probably be evil. No, God. Oh, God should prevent all grotesque evils. God shouldn't protect. Stop all grotesque evils.
Wait, can you reformulate it again?
Yeah, God should stop all grotesque evils, and then God shouldn't stop or prevent all grotesque evils.
Okay, and can you derive that?
Yeah, sure. I just like if grotesque evils exist, right? And then God also gave us the ability to formulate and have free will. I just take it to be like, I just should like follow that God also, allows grotesque evils to exist because he gave us free will and he gave us the option to, search for salvation within him. And if he gave us the ability to use free will, right, in order to seek salvation for him, I don't think that we should obviously allow for, these grotesque evils to stop, because if he'd stopped these grotesque evils, then he would also have to stop us from having free will.
No, but okay. Well, he wouldn't have to prevent anything, actually. Okay, so if you agree that our choices are contingent, there's a world in which we always choose good and in which we still have free will. Libertarian free will, to be exact. So that doesn't follow. It's conceivable that we have free choices.
Wait, what? Hold on. Why do you think that if we had free will, that we would only choose good choices?
No, I said it's possible. You said there's a contradiction. Remember, you have to find a contradiction in the conjunction. I have to demonstrate that it's possible. And it is possible because, first off, you can have a libertarian free world in which there's a contingent actions that are only good. I'm not saying that is the case. I'm saying that it's possible. If it's possible, then God would choose that world. And he would prevent the world in which there is evils. Given free will is the condition. But you asked me for why it is the case. I just need to demonstrate that it's possible. And I'm doing that by asking you, what's the contradiction? You said it's that God should and shouldn't prevent evils. And I asked for the derivation, and you haven't given that yet. You actually started the derivation by saying, if gratuitous evils don't exist, which isn't what we're trying to talk about, you're supposed to assume that my view that gratuitous evils exist with free will not existing.
Yeah. I'm saying if grotesque evils do exist, right, then free will obviously does exist. And then if grotesque evils don't exist, then free will doesn't exist.
If grotesque evils exist, then free will exists?
Yeah.
Okay, but you're not assuming my position to give the contradiction. You're supposed to assume that free will exists and evils don't exist, and derive the contradiction. But you're making like a whole new premise. So what's the contradiction in that being true?
That being true, that if free will exists, then grotesque evils all.
No, what's the contradiction in free will existing
you think that
and
God
there
should
be no evil?
Yeah, I don't think that if free will exists, I don't think that we would be all good as us as humans. We're created
Okay,
in God's
is
image, and
it
I don't think it would
possible?
be. Is it possible? No, as us humans being under this like view of you just taking good deeds being true, also free will being true. No, I don't think it's possible.
Okay, and so that's logical possibility, correct?
Yeah, logical. Yeah, the three laws of
Okay,
logic. I just
it
don't.
is not logically possible. So what's the contradiction? The P and not P.
Yeah, law of identity. Yeah, the
No,
law of identity.
what's the P and not P? What's
I
the
don't think.
content?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, humans. Okay, I guess. Yeah, humans will not commit to. Will commit to all good actions. Humans can't commit. Well, will not commit to all good
Wait,
actions.
hold up, hold up.
I don't
Hold
think
up. I
it.
just want to flag. This is a different P and not P than you gave beforehand. You gave two
Yeah, I
different
don't
P and
think
not
us. I
Ps.
don't think us as humans created under like God's image can't commit, to all good actions all the time.
No,
I
but
don't think
you
that's
gave a
possible.
different contradiction. So which one is true, under your view?
Yeah, I would just take the second one. I guess I'll just say I revise.
Okay, and can you? So okay, you have to sure. Ad hoc. But what's the P and not P again? So I can like write this down so you don't give a third one.
Yeah, I said humans, right? Can't commit to grotesque evils. Humans can commit to grotesque evils.
So I mean, just by commit, you just mean do, right? Can't do
You
evil
said
and
what?
can. Okay, and so why can humans not do evil in this case?
Why can't? Yeah, under your reduct, you said that there would be some sort of possible world in which libertarian good would be like true,
Libertarian good,
and then you said that they would. Well, libertarian is I
libertarian free
guess
will.
under your view. I don't know if I'm like yeah, and we could just commit to all good actions, and God should choose this world.
Mm-hmm.
And then under the like classical theist view, God gave us free will, right? And then we also were born with the free will,
Yeah,
born
yeah.
with sin, right? We were all born
That
with
isn't
sin.
under
Yeah, and
contention.
then this is just gonna be yeah, of course.
That isn't
What
under
I'm saying
contention.
is, if we were born, yeah, if we're born with sin, right? I just don't think that we can commit to all good actions all the time,
Oh wait,
or even
okay.
sometimes. I don't.
Wait, so you're
Well,
saying we're born
maybe
with this sinful nature?
yeah.
We're created with a sinful nature. And that's true of God.
We're created with sin, not a sin. Yeah,
Okay,
he
and does
created
that
us
does that
with
explain does that
he
explain every
bestowed us down
gratuitous
with the
evil?
sin. Every gratuitous evil.
Does it explain every gratuitous evil?
I mean, we can commit to every gratuitous evil, but I don't. But I guess yeah, sin would
Okay,
explain
let's say
this
there's an
to
evil
be
nature.
true.
This is actually
That
pretty
we can commit
identical
to every.
to Platinga's free will defense, which says that to be transworld depravity, that every creature suffers from transworld depravity. So there's at least one evil action that's committed of every truly free agent. And so the issue is the quantification. This doesn't explain every case of gratuitous evil. It just explains why there's at least one for every agent. You aren't even running Platinga's defense, but this is pretty identical to it. I don't know if you know about it, but it doesn't explain every type of gratuitous evil that exists, right? So you have to
Yeah,
explain
what type of gratuitous?
what?
I was a clarifying question.
Yeah, sure.
When you say for the quantifications for every gratuitous evil,
Mm-hmm.
right? And you said that there would only be one for every agent. How do we even get to that possibility being true?
What do you mean possibility? It's just what the defense you're giving is.
No, what I'm saying is why would there only what I'm saying is why would only one be counted, right? And that we couldn't commit to every grotesque evil possible.
Okay, and so what it means to
Us
be
as
wait, hold
humans,
up, hold up.
by the
But
way.
then that wouldn't be free will. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, that
I'm just
wouldn't.
wondering
That,
if you stopped in the mid
no, no,
sentence.
no. I'm saying that wouldn't be free will. It's like trivial. You're saying that to be
What would?
what it means to be free will is to always commit evil actions, so that every gratuitous evil is explained. That isn't free will. If it means that you couldn't have done otherwise.
No, I think we can commit to almost every gratuitous evil out there that we have created as humans, and God has put us down for sin, right? I do think that these are like plausible things that like, can happen. But you're saying that we're accounted for at least one sin, one sinful action or one gratuitous evil. I'm asking what is the quantification for that of one, at
That's
least.
just what Platinga's free will defense is. I tried to give you like a helping hand, tell you what that is, because that's what you're trying to run, I think. But if you're just saying that what it means to be free is to commit gratuitous evil, then that isn't what it means to be free.
Yeah, no. I just think that it's plausible that we can commit to gratuitous evils, and if we can't commit to these things, then I don't think that we have free will. If we can
Wait,
only
so
commit good actions, I don't think we have free will.
wait, but you're saying that this free will is a necessary is explaining the data, which is the gratuitous evil, right? But you're saying
I think free will.
hold up, but you're saying that this connectivity is necessary. So what's the contradiction of free will existing and there being no evil? That's what we asked in the onset. But now you're saying that it's possible that evil exists given free will, but that's directly question begging. Because if we're aware of what premise one states, God would remove every action, every evil action necessarily. So there has to be some other necessary
Wait, why?
condition.
Wait, what?
Hmm?
Wait. You said God would remove every evil action possible, but He bestowed us
Every
with the first
gratuitous
sin. What are we
evil.
talking about? Yeah, every gratuitous evil would be committed, right? And then if these things are true, right? If we could only commit good actions, that wouldn't be free will. That's just analytically true, right?
Yeah, no,
Free will.
what? No, it doesn't mean,
Yeah, it's true of free
no,
will that we can
no,
commit every.
but it isn't saying that we can only, it isn't saying that it's possible that we only do this. It's saying that it's possible we could do anything, but we choose to do this, given that there was a contingent. We're not saying the only possible world in which you actually enact is one that which you only choose good. It's say there's a range of possible worlds, but you always choose good, given the worlds are contingent. There's a possible world we could pick out that's accessible from this world, in which you
Yeah,
always choose good,
wait, hold on. I don't.
and where free will is
Ricky,
still
Ricky, I'm
intact.
sorry to cut you off.
Because what it
Yeah,
means to be,
yeah, I
what it
think
means to be
free.
free
Yeah, I
isn't
think.
to have to an action.
Yeah, I think. Right. I think it's possible, right, in some world that we could choose all good and all good actions while having, some sort of choice to choose
Finish
bad
that
actions.
last
I think that's
sentence.
possible and totally,
What? That's
go
a
ahead.
concession. You just said it's possible we can choose to do only good.
Okay, we
Yeah,
we have
obviously
to stop
I'm
it right
not
there.
but that's not the
We have to
argument
stop
here.
it. Okay, guys,
The
we
argument
have
is
to
just
stop
free
it.
will exists.
All right, guys, we have to stop it right there.
What?
Now we're going into the second round of cross-examination. So, Scholar, you're going to get 12 minutes, and then Rookie will go after you, and then we'll go to the closing statements. So your timer is going to start whenever you say your first word.
Yeah, sure. I don't know if I just have some couple of questions. Like Rookie, do you think that under the theistic view, the classical theist view also holds free will to be true? Do you think that I think that we have to commit grotesque evils in order to have free will? I just think we have to have the option to, by the way.
Yeah,
We
that's
have to
what I
be
agreed upon, and that's why the free will defense doesn't work. That's the exact reason why it doesn't work. Which is why at the end you said we could have a choice and still only commit good actions.
yeah, under the plot. Yeah, what I thought you were positing here was if there's a world where we cannot, even have the choice to be able to commit to, grotesque evils, then I think that would just be false.
No, but
I don't
okay, but
think
that's
in
why I said
any
the
other
conjunction is
world
free
under the
will
theistic.
and
Yeah,
there
but
be no evil. Because free
yeah,
will
that's
and
what I was
reservation
arguing for.
means.
That's the Yeah, but Rookie, but my argument was saying that we should be able to posit all actions bestowed on us by God, given our properties, and created in His image. And if we cannot posit these things, then there wouldn't be any free will.
No, wait, okay, wait, then that just places a necessary requirement on free will, which is analytically not true. To say that there has to be a necessary condition of free will. There has to be choice X, given you have X and Y as choices. That's why it wouldn't be free will. But I'm saying that
Yeah,
you could choose any action,
yeah.
and there's a possible world in which we always choose good, which you agreed upon, right? And that's all that's required for the LPOE to go through, if you commit to there being gratuitous evils.
Under this view, right, where you say that gratuitous evils exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would posit, right,
Which you admitted at the onset.
obviously,
Which you said do exist on the onset.
right, yeah, I think freedom is essential for personhood. Also, I think evil is not a created substance, and then evil results from the misuse of freedom and cosmic fallenness. Evil does not logically contradict God existing, which was the argument, right? Classical theism is true, which is just God existing, right? So I could just bite the bullet here, say even if grotesque evils do exist, right, that God would still exist, and it wouldn't contradict His nature in any way, shape, or form, which you agreed to earlier, which is the substitute, which is the thing that we're debating right now. So even if there were to grotesque
What?
evils, what's gonna yeah,
When did
we
I
not
agree
see,
to that being true? What?
Wait, hold on. Did you say wait, hold on, Ricky, did you or did you not say that grotesque evils do exist in the onset? Yes or no?
Yeah, they do. That's the
Did
premise,
you?
dog.
Yeah, okay. And then what we're debating right now is classical theism true, which
No, what we're
I
debating
gave
right
such a
now is if the conjunction of free will and no evils outputs is false under every evaluation. That's all we're doing right now.
yeah. I'm asking you about the proposition that we're following. The classical theism is true. I'm just
Obviously, that's the debate
affirming
topic,
that
bro.
God exists, and you're running the LPOE.
Yeah, bro, I'm
Yeah,
aware of that.
obviously.
That's
So
my
I could buy.
summary.
So yeah, okay, yeah, nice, dude. So what's going on here is right. I could bite the bullet here and just say that grotesque evils do exist, right, in the substrate, and that it would still not logically contradict God's existence being true, would it?
Okay,
Where's the
oh my gosh.
no?
Wait, but you're not biting a bullet.
Where's
You're not biting a
where's the
bullet because
proof
you're
of it?
just saying no. You're just saying no to the argument. You're just saying it is possible. But I gave you an
Yeah,
argument
I
for
just
why it
okay,
isn't.
yeah. Hold on. Did you not hear the reductive? I said evil is not a created substance; it's a provision of the corruption of good. Freedom is essential to personhood. Humans were created with the capability of communion with God. Evil results from the misuse of freedom and cosmic fallenness. Evil does not logically contradict God. It reflects the creaturely liberation from divine goodness, not divine contradiction. Right?
Okay. So
So
do you say wait? So you're saying that it's messed up with the odyssey of free will. So do you? I just want a yes or no. Is there a contradiction with free will existing? There be no evil.
is there with evil existing
What? No evil
and
existing.
there
There
being
being
no
free
free
will.
will?
No evil existing. There being free will.
No evil existing and there being free will within humans? No, I think there's a contradiction there.
Okay.
Where free will does exist
Okay.
and there's no evil.
Okay. In heaven, is there free will? Yes or no?
In heaven, is there free will?
Yes or no? Yes.
We're under communion with God.
Wait. Is there free will in heaven? Yes or no?
I would say probably not. Or else we're
There
not
isn't
humans
free will
anymore.
in heaven, and that follows from the classical theistic model. Do you say yes? Bossman, you there?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm just thinking.
Take your time.
Under communion with God, you know, I'd say there's no free will. I would probably say that in the heaven there's no free will, as we're falling under communion with God and we're having eternal salvation.
Okay, and wait, hold up. And so what it means to be in communion with God is to not have free will.
No, I don't know. I don't think that's what it means. I just think in heaven we're under communion with God.
Okay, and so what follows from that is that you don't have free will.
Yeah, we're praising our Lord and Savior.
But you
Jesus
don't
Christ.
have free will. You aren't choosing to
And-
do so.
Oh no, we chose to
What?
have the ability to go to heaven, right?
No, but that's not what's asked.
And as a result,
Bro. No, wait. Not only is this like directly against the consensus by Aquinas, by Augustine, every single classical theist that's like a major proponent. It also doesn't make sense to say that in the best possible state of affairs, which is heaven, there would not be the theodicy, which requires the LPOE to be false. That's like an incoherent statement on your point. You're saying that.
hold on. Wait, Rookie, can you show the consensus?
You said show the consensus.
Yeah, can you show the consensus?
Yeah,
sir?
Aquinas directly says that what it means to be rational is to have choice. Humans are rational. They don't lose their rationality in heaven. So it's just entailed that they have rationality in heaven.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so
I
that's obviously the consensus, right? Aquinas is the consensus. Aquinas is like the father of classical theism.
Hold on. Do you take rationale to be some sort of consciousned?
What? I already
Like,
defined
do you think
rationality.
if we have conscious, if we have rationality, we're obviously conscious.
What do you mean by conscious here?
Yeah, just like mental states, like having subjective experiences within reality.
And what do you mean by
Some
mental
reality
states?
or some positive world. Yeah, I'm just gonna refer to like thalamocortical systems.
I have no idea what that is, dog.
Wait, can you repeat that actually? You said before I just mentioned thalamocortical systems, you said you want to know what a consciousness
I know.
is.
I asked what mental
Right.
states were. That's a blunder. I asked for mental state definition, and then you said that random word.
Yeah, the thalamocortical system just refers to, that of, the system in which induces us to have, subjective experiences in some sort of positive reality. Like, and
Is
that
this
allows
like
us
a
to,
biological
have the
term?
teleos. Is this a biological term? Yeah, it's in all humans.
Okay, so it's like a literal physical part of the brain.
Well, it's not just in all humans, it's also in, like, most animals.
Okay, and so
But yeah,
that's what it means to have mental states. So answer this: is it possible that someone has that and doesn't have mental states? Yes or no?
yeah, obviously. Yeah, I think these things just allow these things to exist. I don't think that,
What?
if, right, entity X has
Bro.
has Y, then Z would be positive. I don't.
No, but you just said whatever that word is, that biological term. That's
Yeah,
that's what a mental state is.
The thalamocortical system is what produces mental states.
I asked for the
Right, and
definition. I didn't ask for what produces the term. I asked for the reduction of the term. And then you said it's that system, right? And so I asked, is it possible someone has that system but doesn't have mental states? You said yes.
No,
There's a
I said it
disconnect between
produces
the
from this
term.
system, not that it, what you call it, can't come. Well, that someone can have this system and it doesn't come from it. I'm not saying that if this thing exists, then this wouldn't.
Yeah, but wait, but
Like, I don't
you
know
just
if I
you
grab.
just said that what it means to have mental states is to also have this system. But there's a disconnect in which you have the system and also still have mental states.
Yeah, you can have it. Oh my God, yeah. Okay,
So what does it
simply,
mean to have
Ricky.
mental
What I'm saying,
states in that example?
yeah, I'm just saying that the thalamocortical system would be, entwined to like, some sort of linear development of the teleos, and then like,
Yeah, I'll be
conjunctive
real. You're
experiences
kind of
would
yapping
follow
because
after, this teleos is.
yeah, I'll be real. Like this kind of like a lot of jargon. So I'm trying to get back to the actual substance. So you were trying to press me on my definition of rationality that Aquinas gives, which is like
No, I just asked you. I just asked you like what's gonna be like, the definition. I didn't really press you on it. I just asked you for your semantics.
yeah, I already defined that like 3 times
Yeah,
now.
would you like to? Yeah, I get.
Because you
Okay.
pressed me on saying that. Wait, I'm gonna track back. You pressed me on saying that there has to be free will in
Yeah,
heaven,
but like
right?
I'm
You said that
asking.
no, there isn't free will in heaven, which is obviously like very unintuitive based on what classical theism affirms. The proponents of classical theism.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Also,
Rookie. What I'm
I just want to make
asking
this
you,
clear.
right?
I
This
just want to make this
doesn't really
clear. Hold on,
disprove.
hold on, hold on, hold on. I was make this clear. You're supposed to be taking this time to demonstrate that classical theism is true. While you're asking me about the LPOE, we haven't once heard any justification for any of the premises in your psychophysical harmony argument. Once,
Wait,
not
hold on.
once.
Wait, I didn't
And
give
it's almost
the.
you didn't give
Hold
an
on.
argument for any of the premises that you had in your psychophysical harmony argument.
You
I
only
asked
asked
for
me for
I asked for the inference of
premise
best
one and premise two.
explanation.
Did you not?
What?
Hold on. You only asked me for justification of P1 and P2, sir.
Yeah, and you never gave that. I asked for why is the inference the best explanation, and you just kept rambling about the free will defense.
Yeah, and then no, I was just talking about how how psychophysical harmony is expected under type B physicalism, and I would be like, best
Bro,
no, how
you,
psychophysical harmony would be best explained under type B physicalism,
do
and
you
how
hear
it would be
yourself?
like,
You just said if I psychophysical harmony is best expected under type B physicalism. Where's classical theism in that sentence, dog?
and then how would it be explained? Yeah, and then I said, and wait, hold on, Rookie, and then I gave it how it would have more parsimony under than your view. What?
Yo, do you think the only like theoretical virtue we look at is parsimony? Let's say I
Obviously
grant.
not.
Wait,
But
let's
this
say
is
I
the
grant
hold
it's more
on.
parsimonious. You still haven't gotten to classical theism being true. Not only theism being true, but every proponent of classical theism, all four as well as the omni properties. Like the burden you have is immense. Every single property of
Yeah,
classical theism has to add explanatory resource: immutability, passability, divine simplicity, and atemporality. Where's that? You agreed on that being the case as well before,
yeah,
and your class
obviously.
exam is
I
about to be
told you I'm
over.
running. Wait, hold on, hold on. Wait, hold on, Rookie. It seemed to be the case that like you were like, you didn't give me any beforehand. I asked you, are you running the LPOE against classical theism? You affirmed this being true. So I'm running a defense against the LPOE being true to defend classical theism being true. I don't really need to explain the proponents if we're doing an internal critique of the view.
Okay, if you're taking the affirmative and you haven't given a successful argument for
And
the
this doesn't
affirmative.
even and this doesn't even like this hold on, and this doesn't even hold on. I would like to finish like this doesn't even like
Bro.
like disprove that classical theism is true. You're just saying that grotesque evils exist, and like this would still be like compatible with God's existence. So it doesn't really disprove
Yeah, but you're
anything. It's
saying
just
that
more like
you're saying that's
it's more
true
like a
after you failed to give a
circle.
contradiction as well as admitted that there isn't free will in heaven.
It's kind of going like a blade
You
right
also
now.
you also said you literally said you can still have a world in which there's only good, but still choose. That's a concession on the point that you're trying to defend this whole time.
Yeah, you can have hold on, Rookie. The point that I'm trying to defend is that we have free choices, right? We have choices to do actions that are
Finish your
committed
last
within our
sentence.
own nature. That was my last sentence, sir.
All
I
right.
was waiting for a response, but go ahead, bro.
We have to cut it there. Rookie, you're going to get 12 minutes to do your cross-examination, and then we're going to move on to closing statements. It starts whenever you say your first word.
All right, okay. Yeah, so I mean, the problem we have now, right, is that we haven't even gotten to coherence on all the proponents of classical theism being attacked, such as divine simplicity, which is incredibly incoherent, impossibility, immutability, as well as atemporality. We haven't gotten clear on that. An argument that sustains that to be true, just that, like I could genuinely grant psychophysical harmony to be best explained by theism and still not have my opponent be successful. So right now, all we need is a contradiction and free will and no evils existing, unless he wants to reclaim that. I mean, take that statement back. So either give it or say there is the possibility of free will and there be no evil.
Can you repeat that for me real quick? My bad. I was
No, it's fine.
talking
It's
to my
fine.
little sister.
Yeah. So we just need to get a contradiction and there being free will and no evils existing, or you can retract that statement and say that there isn't that the Odyssey doesn't successfully repair the problem of evil.
That the Odyssey doesn't explain the problem of evil?
That the Odyssey. It's
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, sure. Sure. I can like say that classical theism, like just explains the problem of evil. I guess it would like say, you mind if I give the arg?
No, I'm
Or
sorry. I just asked for, do you think there's a contradiction? If there isn't, do you retract the statement?
yeah, if there's a contradiction between that of evils existing and then that of God,
No, 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 no,
classical
no.
theism literature.
No, no, no. A contradiction in there being free will and no evils. Do you still affirm there's a contradiction, or do you retract that claim, given you said there isn't
I think
a
evils
contradiction and
have
there
to.
is?
I
Yeah, I
think
said
evils
both.
have
Hmm?
to. I think evils have to exist in order. Well, some form of evils that are not substance have to exist in order for free will to exist. We have to have the option to be able to commit these actions,
Wait, wait,
or
wait.
even
Hold on,
like
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
possess the valences to want to commit these
Do you
actions.
think? Wait, hold up. First of all, I just want to ask you questions. Do
I
you
think that
think?
follows through sin.
Wait,
Very
hold up. Do you think it follows that if you have the option, therefore that option must be instantiated by the agent? Yes or no?
No, I think we should simply just have the option. I don't
Okay,
think
and
that we
so
need to instantiate this option. If
from
the
that
option
definition
doesn't even
of free
exist to
will,
begin with,
okay, how would that
yeah, I
definition of
just
free will then entail that there's a contradiction? Because you literally just said it's the option, not the instantiation. So I can have the options to do evil and still only do good. That's possible.
yeah, okay. So what I meant in the statement was that in my substantiation of free will, I just think that we should be able to commit all like actions that are like presented to us, or be able to instantiate these options if we choose to do so, right? If we don't have the choice to instantiate this option, if it is presented to us, then I don't think that's free will,
Yeah, but I'm
right?
saying
So
that there
you
is
give
the
us,
option. That's what it means to be free.
yeah, I think if there's the option and we are allowed to choose this option, but choose a different one, then I think that's perfectly aligned with free will.
Okay, and so what is then explaining the gratuitous evils that don't contradict God existing? Given that we're clear that free will doesn't do that job.
Wait, given that, okay, you think that
You've already
just
admitted
to
it doesn't, so
clear
you have to go to like
some
soul making, something like that, dog. Soul building, something like that. Because we're already clear that free will doesn't. Like you've said it twice
soul
now.
building, something like what do you refer?
Yeah, soul building, like it's necessary for greater good, such as like virtues, courage, fear. Courage requires fear analytically, things like that. This is like
Yeah,
if you like
no, I think
if you
I
like prompt up GPT and put in the LPOE, they'll give you these responses, dog. Like this is like pretty like surface level.
no, I think that what you call it, right? So when we talk about free will, what you're saying is that free will doesn't like fulfill this need, even though I've
No,
already stated that.
no, but okay, what is required, right? Given that we already established that God would prevent all evils, is there has to be some type of like greater good or some type of I mean, sure, not a theodicy, but I'm gonna use the word theodicy that explains why there are gratuitous evil necessarily. It has to be logically necessary that these evils exist for the
Yeah,
greater good.
so
And so the
yeah,
greater good, hold up, the greater good would be free will in your case, right? But you already demonstrated that there is no logical requirement for there to be free will, for there to be free will in order for evils to be explained. You said that there could be a world in which we always choose good and always still have a choice, and so free will wouldn't be logically necessary for the evil. So there has to be some
wait,
different
hold
type
on,
of greater
wait, free
good.
will would still be logically necessary for the evil. Hold on, the evil would just be the option in which we didn't instantiate in reality. What? If we
No,
committed, if we
bro.
were, if as long as we have the ability to instantiate the act, we have genuine free will in that world. The
Okay,
fact that we choose actions, this just went through. Like
okay.
what?
If you say that it's logically necessary that there are evils to be like true, right? There has to be a contradiction in the opposing is true, right? That's just the law of logic. And so you would then have to turn that there's a contradiction with free will existing and there be no evil. But you already said 3 times now that there is no contradiction with having the option to do otherwise and always committing good actions. You've already said that. So that can't be
No,
true.
oh my, yeah. As I said, as long as we have the ability to, and did you not hear like the conditional? I said if we have the ability to instantiate the evil option, but choose the good instead, that would still be free will
Okay,
under
and
my
so
view. Now, if
is
we
there a
only
possible world?
commit good actions, if only in this modality, you just mean that we can only instantiate this option. We only think about this option, and there's no other decision but this one. Then that wouldn't be what you call it free will. That would just be
But
deprivation.
I've already wait. First off, I've already explained this like 4 times. That it isn't to say you can only choose this. That isn't what it means to be libertarianly free. I'm saying that there's the option to otherwise, but you always choose X. If our wills are contingent, then that's trivially true. Like there is a world in which we always choose X, giving us the option to do Y.
How will this contradict free will?
It, that's what I'm asking as well. You're agreeing with me. It doesn't.
Oh my God! I'm saying that it doesn't contradict free will as long as we have the ability to instantiate. Why are we going in circles?
Okay, and so
Now you're asking me for a contradiction in this
my
world. There is
gosh.
no contradiction because we have the ability to
Wait, hold
instantiate
up.
both X and Y.
Wait a second. Okay, and so what is then explaining the gratuitous evil if there's no contradiction in free will and there being no evil? What is explaining the evils?
What is explained evils? Okay, so
Like, do you need me to track it back to the original argument so you have like some actual like reference to why you have to explain that?
yeah, sure, but
I already
don't know
demonstrated that God
I don't
would
know why you're
prevent
going
all
in
gratuitous
circles with
evils
this, but
unless he has a conflicting desire. You said that conflicting desire could be free will, right? But we've already cleared up there is no logical requirement for evil given there's free will. We already cleared that up. He could have still
yeah,
prevented
and
all evils.
I tried to give you the argument. You
hold
said
up.
you didn't
He
want to.
still
I
could
said
have he
if
could have
God is
prevented all
classically
evils
defined.
and there still be free will. And so that doesn't work as a conflicting desire because it wouldn't be a conflicting desire anymore.
Yeah, okay, so let's just start off with this. Like, I just don't think it would be. You do know what like transworld depravity is, correct?
Yeah, I think you just searched it
I'm
up
just
now and I'm
assuming.
aware of it. I actually mentioned it beforehand. You
I'm
didn't know
a,
what it was.
no. I asked you, do you want to talk about that? No, I asked, do you want to talk about
No,
that right now? But I
no,
never said that.
no,
I
no,
didn't
no.
know what transworld depravity
I
was.
said
I don't
Platinga's free will
know
defense
what was
transworld
going on.
depravity. You said
And
I
then
don't
this
know what
doesn't
that
even.
is. Wait, can you tell me?
What? Wait,
Can you
can we
tell me
play
what
the
it
clip
is?
where I said I don't know where transworld depravity is? I
Can you
said,
tell me what it is?
yeah, for any possible world, God, yeah, for any possible world, God could create free creatures. At least use one
Hmm?
freely choose evil. Like, at least one of these things would, at least one of these creatures, right? God could would create a world containing free creatures. At least one of these creatures would freely choose evil.
Oh my gosh,
This is explained under
that
under
isn't
transworld
that.
depravity. Like, what the?
That isn't it. You gotta search it up
Oh
again
my
because that isn't it.
God.
I can tell you what it is, but search it up again and then we'll get the answer. That isn't it though. Do you want me to tell you? You're gonna search it up again. You have to answer that.
Go
Do you want
ahead,
me to tell
tell me,
you?
rookie.
Because I can tell you what it is.
Yeah, sure, rookie.
Every creature suffers from transworld depravity. They suffer from it, in which to be truly free, they must commit at least one immoral action. It doesn't say there's at least one
Did I
creature.
wait?
No,
Hold
no,
on,
no,
hold on,
no,
hold
no,
on,
stop,
hold
stop,
on,
don't
hold
interrupt,
on.
don't interrupt, don't interrupt, don't
Oh
interrupt.
my God! I just
Wait.
explained it, and then he
We
tried
need
to give me a
moderation,
spin back
low-key.
of my own
I
explanation.
wasn't done. I wasn't done. He said there must be at least one creature. That's incorrect. Every creature must commit at least one immoral action, given they suffer from transworld depravity. It isn't talking about the quantification of creatures. It's talking about the quantification of immoral actions for every creature. That's an incorrect way to describe transworld depravity. That's just like wrong. It's off the dome as well,
And why
twin.
would it be incorrect to wait? Hold on. In some plausible world, I simply said that there is a world of like creatures, right? It can be one, it can be two, it can be three, right? All that has to do. Wait, do you think that there would be no transworld depravity if only one creature, chose another action? I always said that they had to choose. I never posited that all other creatures can't commit to these actions. I just simply said one could
No,
commit.
but
They all have the option to do
hold
so.
on. First off,
Hold on.
this is
And they
just
all
true by
suffer from the
definition.
same sin. What?
This is just true by
Are we
definition.
serious?
The definition you gave isn't compatible with the definition I gave, and the one that I gave is what it means to suffer from transworld depravity. Unless you're using some very new version of it, but that's not what Platinga said. Additionally, I need to press you on divine simplicity, dog. Like,
Hold on,
first off,
rookie.
no, stop. It's my time.
You do know that
No, it's my time.
if one person commits, hold on.
Yo,
Okay,
wait, is there moderation? Because it's my time. It's not his. So, can you tell me what
go
divine
ahead.
simplicity is?
Okay, I'm letting.
Can you tell me what divine simplicity is? Go ahead.
Why would this be necessary for me to
It
answer?
is a component of your view. Do you know what divine simplicity is?
Oh,
Yeah, sure. For the sake of it, I'll just say no. Go ahead.
You
Bro.
don't know what divine
really
simplicity
quick.
is.
Sorry for missing that moderation moment. Yeah, it is your time, Rookie. Go ahead.
All right, appreciate you. Yeah, you don't know what divine simplicity is? Yo,
You're gonna
no, I'm asking
answer
you.
or like
Can
no?
you
Because
can
you
you
kind of cut
define
me
it?
off
Can you define it?
mid-sentence.
Yes or no?
You're trying
Can you
to.
define it?
Yeah, I'll just say no for the sake of it. Go ahead.
You can't define it. So you don't know what the proposition we're debating here tonight is. That follows from you not
No,
knowing
I
what divine simplicity is.
definitely know. I definitely know the proposition that we're arguing for. We're arguing is this triune entity, right? God that is explained under classical theism. True.
Okay,
Does he exist?
okay. And so, does God necessarily have to be divinely simple?
Does he have to be divinely simple? No, I don't think he has to be simple.
Oh my
I think he's a
gosh.
complex entity.
He's complex? God is complex under classical theism? Yes or no?
No,
He is. Wait, you just said he's
obviously not. He's
complex.
divinely.
Wait,
Yeah, I just. Oh my
wait,
god.
say it again. God is complex under
Sure.
classical theism. I want you to say it.
No, I never said God is complex under classical theism. I said he is complex. Does that like make it seem to be true
No,
that like
what you say? You it's a tautology. You
God
say
is
God is
hold
complex.
on.
That he is
Wait, now
complex.
let's just
Just
like
move
a
right
blunder on
on.
my hold on. Hold on, rookie? Can you answer my one question?
What's
Did I
up?
say that God is complex under classical theism, or did I just say he's complex?
You
Did I
said
just
he is
make the claim that he's
complex, and
complex,
so
or did
I
I
just
say he's?
reformatted. It's a tautology. You're just saying the same thing again. I'm just adding context. You're saying the same thing though. You said he's complex under classical theism. Like, did you even like?
Hold on.
Did you do
Hold
any
on.
research
Who said
though?
that God is just identical with perfect goodness? What the?
How is that relevant, bro? How is
I
that
don't think.
relevant?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not
He's
gonna
just.
lie.
Oh my
It's pretty
god.
clips, bro.
Do you
Like,
think? Hold on. Do you
it's pretty
think
clear
that
you
like
didn't do any
this?
studying, dog. I over prepared hella for this because I had so many things ready, like the aloneness argument and passability, like Ryan Mullins, all that stuff. Like, I didn't need all that. So yeah, I guess we're done.
Okay, we have to cut it off there. With that, we're going to move on to closing statements. Both of you guys are going to get 5 minutes. So, young scholar, your 5 minutes is going to start whenever you say your first word.
Yeah, you can start it right now or later. I don't know. Because this doesn't even like he didn't even like. Okay, so my interlocutor, right? We just went on in circles about the. Well, it didn't go really going on circles. It was more like a blade in a ring, just bouncing back and forth. Um, I don't really know what was going on here with what he was saying. It doesn't disprove, right? What you call it? That God under the classical theist view is false. What he was talking about was trans. What we started off with was, it just seems to be right. We were first talking about my argument with type B physicalism, and then psychophysical harmony, and then right we were talking about the elements in which classical theists deem to be true in virtue of God existing. Then we talked about what's going to be what you call it fundamentally be an oxymoron within God's view, in which my interlocutor stated about a world which we would choose free will um, and all good actions, and being able to instantiate these actions, right? We talked about these things, and it just seems I asked him. He agreed with me that these two options do exist within these libertarianly free will worlds, or whatever he was talking about with liberty, right? He said that these options can be instantiated, but we would choose the good, which just obviously operates with free will. I do thank him for debating me. It was really helpful with me, and I do appreciate this, but I don't appreciate how you know I continue to get bashed in the head. When we were going in circles, and then he said, "Oh yeah, I've just seemed to be lost." And I asked him for clarification. I gave the clarification. It just seemed to be the same statement again. I don't really know how this will disprove that classical theism is true, as we only talked about one of the properties that is under classical theism. I don't really know if that's what he meant to do, or if this is what just happened. But I don't know, dude. Like, this is quite interesting how we didn't even get to the real properties of the debate, but it's perfectly fine. I don't really know how to feel about that. But I at the end of the day, all I can do is be grateful for it. But you know, I appreciate Rookie and everyone else coming out here, even if you didn't like the debate, even if you do like me or don't like me. I do appreciate you for coming out. I don't know if you know you came out here to watch the debate. Well, this is what you got. I'm glad for you guys to deciding to watch, and I thank Rookie for debating me and taking time out of his day to debate me. Thanks from Coco for debating me. Thanks everybody for watching. All right, that's about it. All I have to say. My lips are dry as fuck, but GG's, bro.
Okay. Are you ending your closing statement there?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. And with that, that concludes his closing statement. Now, Rookie, you're going to get 5 minutes to do your closing statement. It starts whenever you say your first word.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So I just want to summarize what's happened. So first, I started by giving the logical problem of evil. we agreed on the premise that gratuitous evils aren't prevented by God, but he wanted an argument for why God would prevent these gratuitous evils. I then gave the argument to which he agreed against, but he then said that they aren't gratuitous anymore, which is a retraction on that claim, because they're required for free will, which is his greater good, right? But I then asked him what's the contradiction, given this is logically required because God's omnipotent. He didn't give the contradiction. Actually, no, he did. He gave two contradictions. He said that God should prevent evils and shouldn't, and then also that humans can't do evil and can. So that's two different contradictions. Neither were justified. And then we kind of just talked a lot about LPOE until we got back to his argument for classical theism to justify all 7 proponents of classical theism, which he didn't know were true of classical theism. He gave psychophysical harmony argument, which he didn't even give the actual argument. He just said it's best explained by classical theism. He didn't give any Bayesian analysis. He didn't tell me what explanatory resources are used in classical theism to explain the data. He just said it is. So not only could I have granted that theism best explains psychophysical harmony, and even if one of the properties of God doesn't have explanatory power, then it just isn't true that classical theism best explains the data. So I didn't even get to cook him on that. So we then went ahead to further on the LPOE, into which he didn't give a response to the free will, how I destroy the free will defense. And then he wanted to talk about transworld depravity, which he didn't know about until I told him, because I literally told him this is what transworld depravity is. It's what Platinga uses. And then he said, why would it be 1? He said, why would it be 1 in the middle of the debate? And that shows me he doesn't know what transworld depravity is. And then he mentions it later, so obviously he searched it up and he found it, which is fine. And then just top it off, he didn't know what divine simplicity was. He said God is complex. Yeah, it was a little rough. I over-prepared for this. I did a lot of research, studied a lot, so maybe I'll debate somebody else soon on it, but that's it. Also, thank you to Coco and the judges and Scholar. Thank you.
Okay. Are you concluding your closing statement there?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. With that, everyone, that's going to conclude the first debate that we had tonight. The debate was classical theism is true. Rookie.kg from the OG Kylo squad versus Scholar from the AF squad. I did get a report recently. I think that CapG is having some technical difficulties, and we might have to cancel the second debate that was supposed to happen next. It was supposed to be over error theory is true. Cap.kg from the OG Kylo squad versus Trivialist from the AF squad. So we might have to cancel that debate. We're having some technical difficulties on that part and a last minute call out, but that's fine. What we're going to do is audience questions, comments, questions, critiques, concerns, and then we're just going to kind of hang out for a little bit. And then the debate that is going to happen, the third debate, that starts at 9:01 p.m. Central Daylight Time. It's going to be OG Kylo versus OG Kylo from the Kylo crew, led by OG Kylo, versus CZ from the AF crew. The topic is going to be trans women are women, and that's going to start at 9:01 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So, okay. The AF crew is going to be Knowledge Gap, I think, or I don't know.
No, the KG in their name stands for the KG in their name stands for Knowledge Gap.
Oh, okay. KG stands for Knowledge Gap. Okay. I thought it was Kylo, but okay. With that, I guess right now what we're gonna do is the 15 minutes of audience questions, comments, concerns, and critiques, and then I'm gonna put up a poll. So anyone in the audience, there's 38 people in here. You can vote on who you thought won. But ultimately, what's going to determine the debate tonight is going to be Hatim's vote. So, but I will put up the poll, and the poll will be out there for anybody who wants the poll results. So, with that, we can start bringing up guests and doing the 15 minutes audience questions, comments, concerns, and critiques. So, I'm looking at the people in the guest requests.
You want me to go first? Give my.
Oh, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I prefer to.
Okay, Hatim, you can go first and give your deliberation and whoever you thought won the debate. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I have a rubric. I'm, the categories are opening statements, cross-examination, clash and responsiveness, closing statements, and conduct and fairness. For the opening statements, I have rookie winning in opening statements. He was a bit more prepared, less pauses, a bit more substance in the opening statements, and wasn't as fast. Both were still like you guys both scored a bit low than I expected on this, but rookie was just a slightly better in opening statements because was just sounding his opening statement just flowed better and was a bit more structured. Um, and the cross examination, I think, is just where the debate was won. Obviously, of course, it is, but it was just like let me read my notes real quick. The direction of answers, the directedness of answers. I think Rookie did a great job asking very poignant, decisive questions. What's the precise? Surgical, I would say. Like I was looking for the word surgical. Like he was like a surgeon, just making sure that he's cutting out the fat, making sure that we're getting right to the meat. And you can tell that young scholar was having a bit of a hard time answering some of the questions. Some pauses there, long pauses that were very noticeable. Those very good points towards rookie. So I could just tell you what the major concessions was like. There was a major concession that gratuitous evils must be prevented for the lack of evil in order for God to be all good. I think the debate reduced to like essentially the debate reduced to like whether or not classical theism is true, like one of the properties for God, which is his all goodness. So, and the contention really was just the like 90% of the debate is whether or not gratuitous evil was compatible with God being all good. And a rookie just did a good job in harping this down. What's the contradiction? And two of the contradictions that was posited was by young scholar was just never really defended. And that's essentially what really won the debate overall, let alone that young scholars seem to not understand the properties of classical theism, one of them being divine simplicity. I do think overall, just like overall approach to the debate, instead of going simpler, I think one thing both of you can work on is just being more clear in your rhetoric in terms of just being more precise and slowing down, not being so fast. But I just want to praise Rookie just for being, in terms of what the concept of what he's saying is clear, but also framing the debate. I think framing the debate is very important, and Rookie was, I think, the one that kept framing the debate overall throughout the debate. And I think that's a great job by Rookie, framing the debate, what it means to win this debate, and how exactly the burden was met or not met from affirmation. I don't think the affirmative position, right? Like you need to defend theism, not just say something and hope that the opposition doesn't disprove you. Like disproving is not the way for opposition. It's not the only way for opposition to win. Opposition can win just by making the reasons for why you're justified questionable. And if you don't have an answer to the questions opposition proposes, then you're not going to show that you're being justified in believing. So that's going to be the main reasons why I scored it up out of 100. I got Rookie as an 89 and Young Scholar as a 43.5, given all the things listed. Yeah.
Okay. With that, thank you for your judges' vote. So The winner in regards to judges' vote is going to be Rookie at the end of the day, given her team's judge declaration. But really quick reminder, everyone in the comments, right now in the left corner of your screen, you've got 57 seconds. There's a blue clipboard that I'm pointing at. That's where you can vote for the audience poll, so we can get those results. And all of the debate results I post on the blog site, my blog site, as well as we have a Day of Debates blog site. I post all the results on the Day of Debates blog site, but I might need to update it. But yeah, with that, we're going to move on to the audience questions, comments, concerns, and critiques. So I'm going to look at who's in the guest request, and then I'm going to bring people up.
Also, I just want to say, first of all, young scholar, I commend you. It takes a lot to come up here, and you did. I think overall, you made a commendable effort. And I want to also say, same thing with Rookie, and I want to thank you both for participating and being good faith interlocutors. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Wait, also really quick, yeah, like I think both of you guys did a really good job. Wait, really quick, like, is the Knowledge Gap crew not originally started by OG Kylo?
It was started by Cap.
It was Kylo.
Oh,
Kylo
yeah.
and Cap.
Oh,
It was Kylo and Cap.
Was it Kylo or was it Cap?
It's both of them.
Oh, they both
Yeah.
started it? Okay. I was wondering who created it. But okay. Knowledge Gap. Okay, cool. The Knowledge Gap crew.
But don't forget who the Godfather is.
Who?
You may be the founder. Don't forget the Godfather.
Who's the Godfather?
I'm just kidding, bro. Just kidding.
Oh. Okay. But Pensive, welcome up. Do you have any comments, questions, concerns, or critiques?
Yeah, young scholar, how do you respond to the parody of trans world depravity?
Would you be referring to the sanctity?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess I would just say logical possibility doesn't guarantee feasibility, and then God can't determine free choices without. Well, God can determine free choices, but He can't determine these free choices without removing freedom.
That's not what.
And then it may be that every feasible world with feasible creatures contains some evil.
Yeah, that. Well, one, the type of. So when Platinga developed trans world depravity, he used a universal quantifier that is possibly for all x has a significantly 3 TW or TWD. However, in the parody, you move from a universal quantifier to an existential quantifier, and generally, universal quantifiers have reasons to negate them from counterfactual reasoning. So, I mean, and it's just obviously more defensible to say that possibly that,
Where do you go?
I don't know. I think you got a phone call. But also, we have tons of time until 9:01 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So we'll do quite a bit of comments, questions, concerns, or critiques. But also, we can hang out or we can fill the time with questions, comments, concerns, or critiques. But yeah, we got until 9:01 p.m. That's when the next debate starts. And yeah, Central Daylight Time.
Okay, that's fine. You can let up as well. Can you let up a person called CH?
Oh yeah, I can do that. CH can come in. Oh, and then also, if any of the debate contestants have to go before like 9, you don't have to stay the whole time. But like, yeah, if you have to go, then you have to go. But congratulations to you both. I think you both did very well. I think Pensive timed out. But yeah, both of you guys did very well. Both of you guys studied. I think you guys both did a good job. But yeah, thank you guys for competing here, and feel free to debate here if you want to debate here anytime that you want to. Just send me a DM and we can set anything else up. But yeah.
Yeah. Can you also let up Og's DVA?
Okay, let me see. But with that, CH, do you got any questions, comments, concerns, or critiques?
Yeah, I do have one question for Scholar.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, could you justify as to why, under like theism, psychophysical harmony is going to be like more expected under like theism, like
Oh,
that's not
dude, you
going to
stole
be.
my question.
I'm so sorry. And yeah, I'm just wondering if you can justify that. over like naturalism or something of that matter.
Natural, you do know like physicalism does like can be explained under naturalist views, correct? You are aware that is like feasible.
Give me a second.
You can like
Okay, I mean,
uh,
I had a quick.
okay.
So, Rookie gave an objection where he tried to explain psychophysical harmony with natural selection. I actually don't think that's a good response, but why do you not think that's a good response, Scholar?
No, okay, so I never said it wasn't a good response. I just asked he was talking about evolution.
If I could
Which
frame the
I
question better, actually, why do you think evolution doesn't explain it just as
doesn't
well
explain
as classical theism?
just psychophysical harmony.
Why can
Oh no,
evolution
no,
not account
I
for
don't
it as
think
well?
no, I just don't think I never said it couldn't do it just as well. I just think what I said specifically during the debate was mine was more like when we talk about the razor. We were talking about the well what I said I was talking about the razor. I just
Are we
yeah.
cutting out or?
Yeah. You know,
Okay. So, what type of parsimony did you say your view wins on? Is it like ontic,
Oh no.
quantitative?
Yeah, I guess yeah, I don't posit as many entities as like he does when we talk about
Well,
psychophysical
Rookie,
harmony and then like evolution.
Rookie
Oh,
would
go ahead.
obviously
My
win on like
apologies.
ontic parsimony, right? Because he's introducing less types of existences. So,
Yeah, I
wait,
yeah.
can agree
Scholar,
to
what do you
that for
think
sure.
psychophysical harmony is? Just so we're clear on that.
What?
What do you think psychophysical harmony is?
Yeah. Uh, you said okay. Is- well, it's just they're talking about the relation between that of like brain, mental states, and then that of like physical actions. Like we commit to these things,
Yeah,
and there's a
yeah.
correlation between the two.
Physical actions? That seems weird. But yeah, wait, I'm just wondering as to
Well,
how you think like this is gonna be more explained. Like under like theism. Just wondering.
you said how's it going to be more explained under
Or
theism?
better explained under like the theistic worldview.
Yeah. I mean, my bad. I guess I just take it to be the well. I should stop saying that. That's generally going to make me mad. Well, when we talk about psychophysical harmony under both, evolution, and then we talk about it under, theism, evolution, like, posits that, like, well, we would have to go through this whole chain of events, right? First, there would have to be some sort of genealogy in which would have to be posited, within this natural world, right? And to get this, mind, there would have to be, some sort of genealogy or like, gene tactic that would like, produce the teleos to this higher rationale. Then this genetic code would then have to be inputted into some sort of entity. Um, and when we say entity, I'm just like taking like any, being with the teleos to like have a higher, like, higher rationale. Maybe a chicken, maybe an egg. Well, not maybe a chicken, not an egg. No, maybe a chicken and an egg, or like maybe a lizard.
Okay.
And then after, like, oh, dang. But maybe
Yeah, you
the,
can finish up your answer, and then yeah, we'll move on to the
I
next
mean, like
person.
maybe the lizard or the egg, and then like, once the gene is inputted, then the thing is born, and then this teleo has to be reached within like, a certain, you know, linear, way of development, and then it has this, psychophysical harmony once it's like, enabled within this like specific entity under like evolution. For I could just simply say that like the soul is posited, and then like, God gave us the teleos, and then like as soon as we're like born, we're innate. It's innate within our entity because we all have souls as like humans. Like
Hey, since we're hanging out, I also had some. I wanted to tell Rookie about something. Rookie, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
There was a missed opportunity
he's
that you
literally
had.
not.
Huh? I was gonna say, Rookie. I wrote down in my notes that there was like a missed opportunity
Mm-hmm.
that you could have like really harped on when you were cross-exing Young Scholar about does heaven have free will? He bit the bullet, right? That's saying that they don't, right? Remember?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
But But you're trying to get him to say that, you know, there are people, there is such a thing where there is someone that doesn't have free will, um, or rather that they do have free will, but yet still not do any evil. And I thought that maybe a good question could have been, does God or Jesus have free will?
Oh, yo, I forgot about that. Yo,
That would have been, I think, a better
I totally
follow-up.
forgot about that. High key, yeah. That's like, yeah, that's the one. Low key.
I'm curious what Young Scholar would say to that. Does Jesus or God have free will?
Does Jesus or God have free will? God is. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just. Well, you said, does Jesus have free will?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he most definitely had free will, bro.
Did he
I mean,
did he commit any evils?
I think he just committed. No, he's righteous. He's divinely righteous.
Right. So it wouldn't be
Um,
impossible. We have an example.
I don't know how to pronounce her name. People were cooking at me for like pronouncing her name wrong.
Hatim?
Yeah. Oh, so I did. So why am I getting cooked? I said Hatim, and
That was
I
the
got
original.
I got. Oh, no, I said Hatim. I didn't say Hatim. I said Hatim. I said Hatim. What you
But
call it?
I
So
guess you can answer to that, and then we can get to Frege.
Yeah, what's up, mate?
oh, freaky Geach.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you could say that.
But before you go, Scholar, I guess answers to that, and then we'll get to him.
That you do goods without evils and have free will. Bro, scholar, then you get to the point you're good. You can do goods without evils. I don't think you can. I think you can do goods without evils, but that wasn't like the point I was like against. I don't know if like anybody was like listening to me or just didn't care to listen to me. I just said like as long as these like options, if there's two options, right, and like these things can be instantiated with like one entity, like the entity like posits, as long as the entity can posit these two given choices, right, then I think it's okay to say that this is free will, right? If you can commit to good, right, as long as there's the ability to instantiate the evil action, right, but you choose instead to, instantiate the good action, I think it's perfectly fine to say that it's also free will.
Okay.
Yeah, you're just
With
choosing
that,
to be a righteous, a good person.
oh, sorry, I thought you were finished. But
No,
go
no,
ahead.
sir, I'm perfectly finished. I'm perfectly finished.
Okay.
You can eat, Frankie Geach can talk.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead. How do I pronounce it? Is
yeah,
it
it's Frege Geach.
Oh, okay. Frege. Okay.
So I guess my question will go to a young scholar over here. So I was wondering, because in your debate you said you were a physicalist. So I was wondering, when you reference physicalism, are you just saying physicalism on the mind, or physicalism in general?
Guess you could just say, well, are you talking about my personal beliefs or what I was
Yeah,
positing in
yeah,
the
yeah.
debate, sir? I guess we could just talk about type B physicalism, like as a whole, sir.
Oh, so you think everything's physical? Everything that exists, that is?
And when you posit physical, you're just talking about like the ability to obtain. I guess I'm just talking about matter in this instance. Yeah, I think everything's made of matter.
So, and you're a theist, right?
I'm a theist. Yeah.
So you think God's made of matter?
Do I think God is made of matter?
Yeah.
I don't think that's entirely out of the question, but I don't think he would be made of the type of matter that we would consider.
Okay. That's great. All right.
Oh,
I think my
is that all you
questioning's
got?
over.
Okay. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate
Of
it.
course.
If you follow me, I'll follow you, and I host debates. But with that, who wants to come up
That's the
next?
Mormon view. What the? Hold on. Who said I was a who? Wait, wait, can you bring up, well, no, I don't know if she even wants to come up here. I shouldn't do that without another person's consent, but like she said that's the Mormon view. I didn't even like give my take on what type of Christian I am. I've gone asked 6 questions so far. It just seems to be the case that I'm not really liked
Oh
right
yeah,
now.
does anyone? Yeah, I'm wondering if anyone has anything for Rookie, but
Oh, I have a
yeah,
question.
go for it.
Well, I have a question to actually both the debaters. I want to first say congrats to both the debaters for the performance, but I have a question. How long did you guys prep, and were you guys nervous before the debate? That's my one question combined.
Yeah, I'll answer first. So, probably like 2 or 3 hours of prep because most of the prep I did was in class, like during class because I have work after school. But was I nervous? No, not really, because I know Scholar doesn't really debate theism, so I wasn't that nervous.
Nah, this was my first ever time debating theism. I guess if he just means by nerve this is like, having some sort of incongruency within my schema, then probably. It's most likely the case that I did. And then I just whoever's
Is it
heavily breathing, that's
Hold on.
really off-putting.
Okay.
But yeah, this is my first time debating theism. I probably will do a lot more studying from now on. But what is he saying? Yeah, I know what nervous means. I'm very clear on that. And how long did I prep? I only did about like in the entire 2 weeks. I only like did it like about 4 hours for like the entire 2 weeks because most of the time I was like doing lab, like finishing my studies with like biology. But yeah, that's all I did. I have all my arguments written down. I didn't expect him to ask like 3 of the questions that he did ask, so I was unprepared for that. And I do feel sorry for myself on that part. But that's the, answer to the
is it my turn to ask questions?
Yeah.
Or
If you
is it my
have any questions, comments, concerns, or critiques, go ahead, Power.
Well, yeah, I had a question about was it you that was question that's talked about questions about how God has like free will and then free will when you go to heaven. How would you know if you have free will in heaven? Have you been to heaven before? Because how would you know God will has free will in heaven and on the planet that we live on? Because I know we don't have free will. Or at least God doesn't provide free will, because the stuff you see goes around the world does not have anything to do with free will. Like war,
good.
there's no free will when you go
Who's
to
this
war. There's
question
no
for?
free will when there's...
Who's this question for?
Is this
the
question
guy...
for me or is it question for Rookie? Because Rookie was the person who asked the question. I simply answered it.
Yeah, he was talking about like free will when you go to heaven, and free will when God provides free will, is what I was heard from in the first debate you guys did. When you asked a question about if God provides free will in heaven, and I was unsure if you just said that or the other guy that said that. So I was just curious about that. Because I never been to heaven, so I don't know how free will leads to heaven, though.
I guess I could answer this. I mean, Rookie, are you here or like what?
Yeah, I'm here. Do you need me to like answer? Or?
Hey, he asked you. I think he asked you why did you ask the question about free will in heaven when we haven't been to heaven?
Yeah, so
She asked
yeah, we know.
Oh, how did? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So that's your question. He asked. I mean, you're the one who asked it. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I was just curious because I know I've never been to heaven either. But if we actually go to heaven, how do you know you go to heaven when we aren't alive?
Hey, Power.
How do you know God is there?
Power, I think for clarity's sake, Rookie was asking young scholar about what his belief was, not whether or not he knew it. So regardless of whether or not he knew it, he was just asking whether or not it's under his view that this would be the case.
Oh, because he did say something about heaven, and don't
Yeah.
know if you would know if you go to heaven or not, because I know that is what it says in the Bible, but I don't really believe in the Bible. So,
Thank you for coming up, brother.
oh yeah, thank you.
I don't know what's like. I mean, I've gotten
Yep. Thank you for your question.
Anything else?
Okay.
Oh, is that someone's? Oh, that's his face.
Yes.
My bad. Like, I have like, I have bandage wrap on like one of my eyes, so like I couldn't see it, like your fucking face till I turned around. My bad. I thought that was like something else, bro.
What's up, Wavy
Okay.
Thrill?
Yeah.
Don't get chemicals in your eyes, kids. It really hurts. But yeah,
shoot.
thanks.
Sorry about that.
for
I
the
hope you recover
questions.
from that.
Nah, bro, it's perfectly fine, bro. It's literally like, well, no, it's like a couple chemical burns, but I'll be okay, bro. That shit does not matter. Does anybody else have any questions, comments, or concerns?
Wavy Thrill. Do you have any questions, comments, concerns, or critiques for any of the debaters in the debate that just happened? You there,
I'm
Wavy
guessing
Thrill?
he's not. I don't know what's going on. I don't think he's here.
You good, Wavy Thrill?
All
right. Well,
I guess not.
Yep, we're gonna have to drop it there. I guess we do have a person.
I guess.
Steelman. Maybe he
Oh,
wants to say something, but
hello.
with that, we're
Hello,
just
everyone.
chilling until 9:01.
It's quite a pleasure
Yeah.
meeting you, sir.
My official freaking forum record is 1-2, unfortunately.
Oh, okay, that's your
So
that's
yeah,
your
that's
stat.
crazy. But yeah, that's my
still-
stat, 1-2. So now I have a 33.33 continuing. But go
Steelman,
ahead.
you got any comments, questions, concerns, or critiques for us in regards to the
comments?
debate that just happened?
Oh, I just started. I just entered. I would like to say one thing to sir. I knew you as a different handle, but perhaps I have seen you for the past like several months, and I'm a fan, absolutely a fan. So like honestly, yeah, you see Coco.
Oh, okay.
I know I haven't met you like personally and professionally or how formally, but it's been a pleasure, honest to God, just watching you host all these debates and you're grinding so hard. And I hear about you grinding. It's quite a pleasure, honestly. I'm on my Twitch chat right now. If you want to see my Twitch, hey Twitch, look at my TikTok. Anyways, if you don't mind, I'll just actually chill and eat my food and listen. And I actually, at any point, I'll just comment on the debate. Wait.
Yeah, for sure.
We're the next
problem.
debaters.
Yeah, I've been doing this for 2 years, and like big W for like both of the debaters who debated. And yeah, no, like, it's really awesome. I love what I do. Hopefully, I can do it for a living, and I'm gonna keep doing it. Yeah.
No way to say
I
Antichrist.
can't do it without the people who. I can't do it without the people who support.
Coco, yo, you do know Carl is like like a psychopath, right? Like he's actually insane.
Yeah, Carl, I think, has done some crazy ass things.
No, like he's actually like called girls like insane things. Like he's like genuinely like insane. Like I've seen the things that he's done, and like he's like, oh my god. I never thought I would see him again. I haven't seen him in like 4 months. Dude, listen, keep the drama, dude. Kylo, he's literally like a threat. Like he genuinely makes me fear.
Yo, wait, sorry to interrupt.
Even on the internet.
Coco, do you know Steelman?
I think he follows me on social media. I think I know him via social media. I think I've DM'd him at one point. Yeah.
Yes, you have.
Yep. Yeah. And yeah, like again, like,
Alright.
I can't do what I do without the people who follow me. I appreciate everyone who follows me. I appreciate everyone who debates. And so yeah, it's been pretty cool. This August is gonna make 3 years I've been doing this debate stuff. So I started in 2023, and yeah, this August is gonna make 3 years.
Wait, Cap is here.
Okay. But yeah, in regards to when does the next debate start? Steelman, I might. Oh, okay. No, you're good. You just had a little bit of background noise, but that's it. But, in regards to when the next debate starts, it's supposed to start at like 7. Well, okay. So, wait, did you say Cap is here?
Yeah, Cap is here, but yeah, I don't know. I just saw him, so maybe a little bit impulsive, but my fault.
Oh no, you're good. Cap, if you still want to debate, I guess we could run it. But as far as I'm concerned, someone told me that Cap wouldn't be able to make it. So like the next debate would be Kylo versus AF, which is supposed to happen at 9:01 p.m. Central Daylight Time over Trans Women Are Women. But if Cap is not ready to debate, then we can just chill. I can run my usual live, does God exist, and wait until then. It is what it is.
Oh, well, Coco, do you think the LPO is successful?
In this debate, I think it was pretty successful. I don't think there was like a
Host
good
is
enough
not allowed to have
answer to
opinions.
that. So what?
The host is not allowed to have opinions.
But also, yeah, like I don't think I can really have opinions on the debate. I mean, like, maybe I can. I don't
No,
know.
outside the debate though, like, do you think the LPO is successful?
Outside the debate, I think for me, me personally, I have many issues in regards to like why I don't believe in Christianity. And I think like, yeah, I do hold to evidential and logical, but I think like evidential with the Bayesian analysis, for the likelihood of like gratuitous evils, I think is like the better argument. So like I would probably run it in the sense of, um, there was this one debate I watched with Exploring Reality versus Captain Dadpool, and Exploring Reality was arguing the atheist position, but he's a Christian, and Captain Dadpool was arguing the Christian position, and he's an atheist. And the way that Exploring Reality ran it was using Bayesian analysis. There was like a 99 or a 9. It was either 90 or 99% chance that gratuitous evils exist. And if gratuitous evils exist, then that's in contradiction with an all-loving, all-good God. And so given the evidential problem of evil and this probability analysis, there's a clear contradiction here or a high likelihood of it. So therefore, God doesn't exist. And I think evidential ran that way. It's probably super strong. And then logical, the logical problem of evil, I think can easily be debunked by the trans world depravity concept by whatever that guy's name is. I forget it. Remind me.
Platinga?
Yeah, Platinga. I think Platinga's trans world depravity concept is a
Platinga.
response to the logical problem of evil. So like I think evidential is better, logical is a little bit less. But yeah. But that'd be my response. But in the debate, I think like there wasn't really a clear answer towards the logical problem of evil presented, but I'm gonna leave it at that. And the judges voted, the audience voted. So but with that, do we got any more audience comments, questions, concerns, or critiques? If not, then we'll just run the regular live until 9:01 p.m. and we'll be good.
I have a comment.
Yeah, go for it.
Essentially, I believe that this might be a controversial opinion. I think the host should have all the opinions or have all the right to have an opinion on the debate, regardless of whether or not it's a bias or any of these sort of like prejudice notions that we might assume we might have. It's just about whether or not it's correct to do certain things in debate and what's incorrect to do. So I think it's just a matter of your choice, Coco.
I mean, like, yeah, like I think like I think that does sort of make sense. I think like once the debate is finished, I can like give my opinions on the debate. During the debate, I do need to be like a neutral party. I think that does make sense. I have to rewatch the debate back, but I think both people did pretty good. I would say I need to rewatch the debate and then I'll give my further consideration. Yeah. But with that, I guess we're just going to run the live regularly until OG Kylo's debate at 9:01 p.m. So I'm going to change the background.
Shit.
Change the background to why should I believe or trust in the Christian God? And you should be Gucci.
Actually, do you allow conspiracy theories or no?
I try. I mean, I guess I'll allow it, but like, I do want it to stay as factual and based in the data as possible. So probably as factual and database as possible. But yeah, we'll talk to like flat earthers or different people of different beliefs.
The hell just dropped.
Yo, sorry to interrupt, but I gotta go because like I look, you want to do some work. So.
Oh yeah. Totally fine. Thank you guys for being here. You guys can drop if you want to. And then, yeah, we're just waiting till 9 to do OG Kylo's debate.
Alright.
I guess OG Kylo wants me to put up his poster. I can do that. Give me 1 sec. I actually have to do something really quick on Canva, but I'll be right back. Let's see.
Did you have to come up and say to all the millions of people who are watching me, like, how vain is that? Like, why do you have to be that big of a douchebag?
Wait, hold on, wait, stop. So what we're not gonna do is like we're not gonna do all that like negativity. If somebody wants to come up and they want to address the audience, I think that's totally fine. Wait, what's the contention here? Like, what's going on?
I think he doesn't like the way I sort of reacted to my sort of.
Yes, right. What this guy did was he came up and said, "Hey, all of you millions of people,
I didn't say
thanks
that.
for watching me." Wait, stop. You said basically you said, "Hey, all you millions of people, thanks for watching me," and that just really it sticks. It pokes a stick in my craw. It really annoys me when somebody as little as you and me, I'm not big, but goes on and assumes with this gigantic ego that millions of people are watching you. And I just want you to know, no, wait, stop. I just want you to know millions of people are not watching you.
Okay, well,
millions of people do not care what you say or how you feel.
Wait, hold on. So I think it's totally like, I mean, me personally, I don't see the wording to be like that offensive. And it could be like an exaggeration to like clarify a point, or it could have been like some kind of like
overgeneralization.
Like overgeneralization. I mean, we're streaming to YouTube and we're streaming on TikTok, and we do have a significant amount of people like in here. So like I don't really see it as being like that big of a deal. I kind of like overlooked it, and it's fine if he wants to say thank you to the audience for tuning in to watch. I do the same thing. So like you bringing it up, like I don't really see it as a big issue. I think you just have like a really big issue with it, but it really
Yeah.
isn't like
Yeah.
that like
So do
big
I
of a
not
deal.
get to bring up my issue? When he says thanks to the millions of people who are watching me, and I call him out and say, "Hey, millions of people aren't watching you, dude."
Yeah, like I mean, I like you can
Well,
you can be
Right.
offended. You can be offended by what he said, but I think you're being like
I'm
sort of
not
a
offended.
okay.
I'm
Well, like
correcting. I'm correcting what he said.
well, yeah, well,
I'm not offended by it.
yeah. But really quick, like the way that you're wording it, you're sort of being like a jerk and like making him feel
So
like yeah. Well, yeah. So like
all right, cool. All right,
wait,
cool.
wait,
So-
no. So like just to be clear, the way that you're wording it, you're making him feel like small and like pathetic and like a jerk.
Yeah.
And like
Yeah,
that's not
I
really
am.
like yeah,
Well,
that's not
right.
really cool, and like I don't really like appreciate.
But it
that.
is because he made himself to be something big.
No, he
And
didn't.
so I'm just bringing him back down.
No, he didn't, and nobody needs you
But
to
he
really do that.
did because he
I invited a
said
friend.
to the
Like-
millions of people who are watching me.
Well, yeah,
So
yeah.
he
Like
did.
it could have been like it could have been a
Oh
literary
my God.
device,
So
right?
can we
Like-
not offend anyone anymore?
Well, no,
You
like,
react this
Is
way
that,
when
no, but like
is that where we are?
no,
Where
but
we
you're just
can't-
being like you're just
God,
being
you
a Karen
fucking
about
kids.
it. Like,
Y'all,
no,
y'all are so
Sorry.
I cannot. It makes me sad because my daughter has to grow up in a world that is populated by you people.
No,
and
no,
she
no.
is going to be weakened.
Wait, no, hold
by
on.
the
Like,
pussies
no,
that
like,
y'all are. Y'all
wait,
are
you
gigantic
people-
pussies
wait.
who can't.
Okay,
take
first
us-
off, you're not gonna come on my panel on my show and call me a pussy. So let's be very fucking clear about that. Two, what I'm trying to tell you is that what he said is like some kind of like what he said is some kind of like literary device, and you're being sort of a jerk because you think that you have some kind of like superiority complex to come up here, and it's like your responsibility to fucking like bring people down a notch. So you can chill the fuck out with that, right? Like I literally am hosting like this debate event, and I tell people, thank you guys, everyone who's watching in here, thank you for attending, thank you for being a part of the program. I don't think that's me being egotistical, and I don't think one instance is like some kind of demonstration of him being egotistical or him being like, you know, over the top. Like I think you're being a Karen. You have like a weird like attitude where you feel the need to like humble people, and you feel like you're on some kind of like moral pedestal, and then you need to tell people like what's the right way to behave. And like I think you just need to chill out. You're taking something that's not that big of a deal and you're blowing it up into what is like some kind of like nuclear
Hiroshima.
bomb drop or something. Like go take
Hiroshima,
like
Nagasaki.
yeah, like go take an Advil, like drink some tea, and like chill out. Like I don't know what the issue is here. Like, I mean, your daughter has to grow up with a dad that's a Karen ass like bitch. Like, who the fuck are you calling a pussy on my platform? Like, why are you so offended because somebody used one phrase? Like, bro, like touch grass. Like, there's literally people being
Sorry,
blown
sir.
up in
Mind
other
if I give you back
countries.
to it? I don't know where to throw the garbage. Okay, no problem. Thank you, sir.
I don't know. Like, that's just really weird. Like, touch grass. Not everything's a big deal. Like, there are bigger issues in the world. My daughter has to grow. My daughter has to grow up in a world where people use literary devices. Oh no, she won't be able to make it. Jesus Christ! Like,
Yeah, that's funny.
like for real. Like, what is he complaining about? Like, my daughter has to grow up in a world where people use like these or like a certain like literary device or like a phrase or something like. Oh my God, we're such pussies because we phrase our words a certain way. Like, bro, like fuck out of here. But yeah, guys. So what we're doing right now is we're sort of chilling. I know the numbers kind of went down. We're just waiting for OG Carlos debate, which is happening at 9:01. So for now, we're just kind of hanging out. Thank you guys for being here. To be honest. Should I keep the live going, or could I end the live, join other lives, and come back at 9?
It's 9 right now.
Oh no, 9 Central Daylight Time.
Bruh, in an hour?
Yeah, in an hour.
Bruh, you guys are insane. Can't we just postpone it to a different day?
Shoot, Kylo, you wanna?
At this point, bro, we need a different day, bro. An hour is insane.
Let's just have it in an hour.
I was wondering
But
if
if you
anyone
guys,
else wants to come up.
but if you guys can, please tap your screens, like the live. Oh,
How
thank
about
you
this?
thank
Can
you for the
somebody else
galaxy.
judge the debate with that besides me? The other nigga that was available at this time?
I
mean,
could try.
Shoot,
No.
I mean, skill. A team's here as a judge, but if a team can't judge, then we have to do audience vote. But
Okay, no problem.
but by the way, the one winged angel, thank you for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Everyone, thank you for the gifts. I do reinvest the gifts into the project that I do. So all the gifts that I get with TikTok, you can withdraw the gifts onto your PayPal and reinvest it into anything like paying for gas, or I pay for CapCut membership so I can edit videos and use certain transitions. And yeah, that's basically it. Sometimes I take the coins and I just send it to other creators in order to support them. So yeah, that's basically it. But I think OG Paolo's telling me to end the live and start it back at 8:30. Yeah, today's kind
Is
of
it
a busy
Pacific
day.
time?
But I guess, I don't know, we're not really getting any people right now. There's a couple people on the live stream. I don't know, should I hop around, or? I think,
Yeah, send some invites.
yeah, if you guys can, tap your screen, send some invites. I think I'm gonna hang out. I'm gonna
Do you know
change the
the
background.
Bolshevik? Vegan Bolshevik?
Yeah, I'm gonna change the background, I'm just gonna hang out. So, let's see. Here we are, and let's see. Stickers.
Yo, Stillman, can you mute your mic? You have background noise.
Sorry, bro.
No, you're totally good. You just have a lot of background noise. Next debate at 9 p.m. But yeah, right now we're streaming to
Yo,
YouTube.
Hatim, bro, I need you to judge, bro. Like, you're the only viable judge, bro.
I thought you said there was 2 available. What happened to that?
Yeah, well, yeah, just like he agreed that you were gonna do it, so he stepped back. Bro, come
Just
on.
ask him. Just ask
I
him.
did,
right
but
now.
bro, if he not me, you're the only like.
Brother, yeah is good too. Just ask him.
I'm saying if he says no, bro.
Obviously, if he says no, I'll do it. Just
Thank
ask
you.
him.
Thank you.
But don't say, but don't tell him I'm gonna do it if I.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna just ask him if he can.
Just say, hey, Hatim has to go somewhere. Can you do it?
Shoot. But today's been a pretty good day. Bro, I have like three job interviews I gotta do that's upcoming.
Type shit?
Yeah, and like I've been jobless for a little bit now, but it's really hard to get a job these days, I'm not even gonna lie. But I have like 3 interviews that are coming up. I'm gonna do them, see if I can get it. I did one interview the other day, but I think they chose to go with somebody else. And yeah, shoot, a lot on my mind. I'm always working on something.
Heck yeah.
I'm either working, or I'm editing, or I'm working, editing, or sleeping, watching YouTube.
Why is it raining in Driftwood? Is it snowing for y'all?
No. It might be raining, but like it's not snowing for me. But yeah, thank you for the follow, Rookie. I will follow you back. Yeah, for anyone who follows me, I'll follow you back. Here, let me go deal with my laundry, but I'm taking my phone with me. OG Kylo, you ready to cook on this debate?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Dude, I thought KG stood for Kylo Gang,
It stands for knowledge gap.
but yeah, I guess it's knowledge gap. Somebody said it in the group chat, and I thought they were joking. But shoot, knowledge gap is fire.
Yeah, that's us.
Oh yeah. Shoot, I might need to start my own crew, but like I don't know. Like I haven't picked anybody. I'm not sure who would put CO3 at the end of the name.
.cc.
Oh no,
That'd be
mine
the
for me.
acronym.
For me, I think I'm just gonna require like all the people who join my group to just have dot C03.
Why the 3?
Because my initials are CCC, and also like my company's controversial compass thing is the controversial compass. It's the CO. I don't know. 3 C's is kind of like my thing, I guess.
Yo,
Yeah. I thought it would be just CC for controversial compass. CC.
I mean, it could. Well, maybe I could actually. Maybe I should change my username to like, yeah, put like a
cordial,
CC.
cordial controversial compass. That's what it should be. Cordial controversial compass. Unless it's cordial with the K, but that's not the case.
Or I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna add like a .cc to the end of the username, and then
Are you an affiliate, Steelman? Are you affiliate?
Oh, with the TikTok shop?
No. I'm talking to Steelman about Twitch.
No.
Oh no, not yet. Not yet. I'm still on the come up. I have only like 43 followers. I'm still on the come up.
Okay.
I'm not Aiden Ross. I'm not Aiden Ross yet.
Shoot, I'm still on the come up too. But honestly, like dead ass, like still man.
Affiliate is nice. I got affiliate like 2-3 years ago.
What's that?
I got affiliate like 3 years ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah, nice.
I'm still getting subscriptions.
It's actually not that hard.
Wait, you should.
You just gotta be consistent.
Yeah.
Oh
I do it
yeah,
every day.
send me like a step by step like list of stuff I have to do for Twitch affiliate, and like I'll think about it. Might have like a
Yeah, it's just a good idea.
like send me on Discord. But also like Steelman, what do you believe in? Are you like an atheist?
I'm an agnostic deist.
Oh, okay. I mean, shoot, if you ever want to like collab or do anything, play video games or something, we
Yo,
can.
yo, I love that idea.
I mean, because like I'm trying to like I'm trying to do social media for a living, so like any way I can, I'm always working on different projects. So I'm sticking my fingers in like different pies and
Yeah.
stuff.
So am I. I mean, I'm doing MMA right now. I'm training as an MMA fighter. I'm a millionaire. I mean, I'm trying to become a UFC fighter with my money. I'm just trying to build my $1 million mansion in my dad's house. I mean, he's giving me a will, right? So it's a $1 million mansion.
You're a millionaire.
Yeah, man.
Bet. Okay, I'm friends with a millionaire.
Yeah, bro. I'm friends with you. that's the biggest honor of my life. You're doing Coco's controversial compass.
I mean, okay.
I'll be honest. You may have seen. I don't know if you've seen my Twitter. My, it's so humorous at times. I have a hubris. So, often at times I utilize certain vernacular that overemphasizes the particular. Like basically, I establish an embellished form of like humor, so that people understand who I am.
Yeah. Oh, but shoot, like I mean, you said it's an honor to be friends with me. Like, I'm literally just like a guy that does social media who lives in his parents' house. Like,
same here, man. Same here.
Just working jobs.
I still don't have a car. I don't even have my own car yet. I'm building up to that.
Bro, when I tell you, like, I had a car, but recently, like, some fuck shit happened with it, and so, like, I'm seeking jobs nearby where I can, like, bike to.
Honestly, just buy an e-bike. It's the most safest, well, safest, I don't know about safest, but most cost-efficient rides you could use.
Yeah.
Or, like, kind of like, riding vehicles. But I would consider my bike a vehicle considering how fast it goes. It's fucking amazing. It goes like 80 kilometers an hour. I don't know, miles, that's like 45 estimation.
Oh, yeah. But honestly, yeah, that's shoot, that's life. Yeah, just biking everywhere. I might get an e-bike. Who knows? Are they
Yeah,
street
I
legal?
can invest in your e-bike. I'll even buy you an e-bike. I'll buy you a high boy.
I mean, like, I mean, you don't need to do all that. Like, I was about to say, like,
Yeah, I'll send you a gift.
I mean, you don't have to. You have to.
As long as you take clips of that e-bike every single day, it's a gift to me and to you.
I mean, you don't have to. That's like a really expensive thing, but
It's only $1,500. What's $1,500?
no, it's okay.
We'll see. We'll see in the future. I mean, only if you're interested in e-bikes. That's all I'm saying.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I never want to take advantage of anybody.
Oh my God, JC Rose, that's crazy.
Like, you know PRK?
Yeah, PRK's hiding. I'm just kidding.
What's up?
What's up? Mostly, I don't know. Like, I've always had this attitude of like, I want to, if I become successful, I want to like earn it. You know, I don't want it to be given to me. I want to earn my way.
You definitely earned it. You earned my respect, that's for sure.
I mean, shoot, like, I haven't even made it. We haven't even begun. I'm like, I only got like 12,000 followers and like a couple debate events.
Only 12,000? I can't even touch that.
I mean, like 2 years ago, followers would have like mattered a lot, but like there are people who debate about like religion who have like hundreds of thousands of followers on the site.
Very true. Very true. But are they competent is the question. Or do they have the looks and glamour or something, you know?
Some of them are
I
pretty
didn't even put my
competent.
moisturizer on today. Oh, some of them are. But do you think that, what's his name? Ian is competent? Oh my God, Ian.
Oh yeah, Ian is like very competent.
Yeah, he's definitely. He's
You know,
definitely
Ian,
Mr.
Ian debated in collegiate debate like I did.
Yeah, so like Ian debated in college, and he's fire. Like Ian is top notch for sure. Ian debated in college, and he debated for a team, and he won second in the country. He was second place in the whole country. Yeah,
I got
amazing.
second
Who's
too,
first?
nigga. Don't forget me.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, so Ian's one of the goats. Deconstruction Justin is a really good name. He's a big name brand on TikTok. Dr. Blitz is like a big name brand on TikTok.
I watch him all the time.
Yeah, like I watch like a bunch of people. I don't want to glaze. He just came in here, but obviously people talk about like Danny. Danny's a philosophy teacher. Everyone puts him like S tier.
He's not a philosophy teacher. He's a teacher that occasionally teaches his students philosophy.
I thought you got a degree in philosophy.
Yeah, but he's not a philosophy teacher.
Oh,
He's a middle school teacher.
oh well. I mean, that's cool too.
Perhaps he has some
Don't be
knowledge.
spreading misinformation.
Oh yeah, middle school teacher. No, you're right. And also, I mean, you've got good Christian debaters, you got good atheist debaters, you have like Exploring Reality is a really good Christian debater. You have Inspiring Philosophy. I would say Constantine recently debated, and like I think he's going to be one of the next big debaters if I had to bet on it. Constantine is going to be the next person everyone
I'm
should be
still
worried
waiting
about.
for an opponent.
Oh yeah, Hatim is waiting for an opponent.
Hopefully he comes around.
And then
Honestly, Kylo got me on this new app called Gabble. I'm gonna go grind Gabble. It's a debate app.
Oh,
They give you ELO ratings based on who you win against.
Oh, you
ELO
should,
ratings like chess?
Yes.
Heck yeah, I want to join.
Yeah, you should
send
join.
it to me.
Yeah, look it up. It's called Gabble, Gabble.
Oh yeah, Kylo, send me a link. I might
Yeah,
join.
use Kylo's affiliate link.
BBLE? Oh yeah, definitely.
Like the gift of Gab.
But
Oh,
I think like I mean for me like I'm really trying to focus and see like which platforms I can be successful on, and like I do want to be like the next like Parker or Dean, do it for a living.
Hell yeah.
I'm figuring out some things, but like I do YouTube, I do TikTok, I stream to Twitch, but I don't get much success there. I even play video games while I debate, and I don't know, I don't really get too many people there, but I mean, maybe it's because my main platform is TikTok, and I'm not interacting with the audience on Twitch or YouTube. I'm just boosting my lives there.
I think you just need to do the MDD route, bro.
The what?
I'll tell
I
you
think
what.
the MDD route is your route, bro. You gotta just go MDD. He barely talks. He just hosts. That's what you need to do. And
Oh,
the
modern day
way
debates.
he gets people on his channel is by actively seeking them out, one, but also two, he has a robust Discord community.
I mean, I have a Discord. It has like 100 people in there, but nobody really talks to each other. I guess I got to
But
get everyone
that's the
talking.
problem, right? Like having
I'll
a
join.
Discord. So I'm the. Are you in the MDD Discord?
The modern day debates Discord.
Yeah.
No, but I could join them.
Well, if you join them, you can see what they do to make it to foster engagement between the users.
I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah, no, actually, I'll join tonight.
Because what they do is they have daily questions of debates, and so they kind of stimulate or entice people to debate each other about these topics. You'll see.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna join today, and then I gotta make
And
it.
then they also have a request feature. There's a channel where it says, "Hey, who wants to debate?" And then somebody makes a request. This is the topic. This is the position I'm holding. I want somebody to take the negation or affirmative, or I'm willing to debate anybody. And so other people would be like, "Yeah, I do it," and then you schedule a debate from there. So they formalize the process on how to get people to debate each other.
Shoot. Okay. I could look into that.
Yeah, in the meantime, let's tap the screen, share the live. If you believe in God, request up. Or if you know any God believers.
Yeah, if you believe in God, request up. I'm just about to share the live. Shoot, I might actually wash some dishes while we're at it. Oh shoot, somebody's. But no, I'm just walking around my house right now. And yeah, life is good. Life is good. Okay, there's that. But shoot, I mean, like, that debate that just happened, we had like 40 people in here max, which I think is like, it's okay, but we could do better. But
yeah, I'm thinking at like 9:30 you should restart. But yeah.
Oh yeah. But shit.
No,
I'm not really getting anybody in here.
Wait, her team.
Okay, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I think shoot. Who wants me to keep the live going? Or are you guys wanting to hang out until?
Well, I was gonna ask.
Steelman, wait, are you a champion? He's like working out.
Yo, team.
But I guess he's doing this thing.
What's up, bro?
Did you have you had a critique with the argument?
What argument?
The necessary being argument.
Yeah, if you're saying it's necessary, that means it's that there's a contradiction in the statement. There exists a world without God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what's the P and not P there?
God exists and God does not exist.
How do you derive that from the statement? There is a world without God.
derive the P or the non-P?
And when
Both?
you, yeah, in order to say is anyone can just say a contradiction. But when I ask you for what's the contradiction, I'm not asking you to just say it. I'm asking you to
Yeah.
also derive
So
it. You need
you
to
can
derive it
you
from
can
the
derive the non-P via the argument.
No, what I asked, look, here's the statement. There is a world without God. Now, what it means for a contradiction to be present in this statement or in this view is to reduce what's being said semantically and show how the proposition is both affirmed and denied in this statement. That's how you derive the contradiction.
Well, I mean, look, all I'm saying is that when you utter the proposition, there's a world where there is no necessary being. Is that what you said, right?
There's a world without God, right? That's how you define
Right.
necessary.
So there's a world without God. And I want to say that's impossible. I want to say that's logically impossible.
Right.
There's a
That means you can derive the contradiction.
But actually, I want to say it's impossible. I want to say it's impossible in virtue of some other facts. Maybe
Right,
I don't want.
so there is no contradiction in the view there.
But it's impossible in virtue of some other fact.
Is it impossible in the view? Is the possible? Is
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
okay.
But there's
Tell me-
other ways you
so
could
show-
establish.
No.
Wait,
show
there's
me
a-
how the view. Show me how the view.
Yeah.
There is a world without God, and derive the contradiction that I am affirming. And
Hold on. No. That's not needed. You
Look,
can
yes,
wait,
it
Hatim. You're not
is.
listening. I'm about to
Yes,
tell you
it is.
something. There's other ways to show impossibilities that are not P and not P's. Do you know that?
What?
Yes, you can show You
Then
can
you're
show a
just
view to be
equivocating.
impossible. What happened?
By contradiction, I mean proposition and its negation.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
don't
by
need
contradiction, I just mean proposition and its
You
negation.
don't need a P and not P strictly for a view to be impossible.
Then you're just equivocating.
Well, if all you mean by impossible is entails a P and not P, then no, I
Wait,
want to say
by impossible, do you mean contradiction?
by impossible I mean
The entails
either
contradiction, correct?
no, damn, let me answer. Either you have two notions of impossibility that you just say the proposition is false under all evaluations, or that some referent is not instantiated in any possible world.
What it means for something to not be instantiated in any possible world would just mean that there's a contradiction.
No, what's the argument for that?
Because the only thing you need in order to exist in one possible world is to lack contradiction. So to not exist in any possible world would mean that it's entailed a contradiction.
No, you can not exist in any possible world and there be no P and not P. I don't see the contradiction there.
The contradiction would be what it means for it to be possible would mean that you lack contradiction, which means as long as you lack contradiction, it's logically possible.
Is that a necessary or sufficient condition?
It's a necessary condition
Mm-hmm.
for possibility.
And is it a necessary condition to be impossible there is a P and not P?
If there is a P and not P, that entails contradiction. Therefore, impossible. Yes.
Is that a sufficient or necessary condition?
Necessary and sufficient.
So you're saying something, but do you think it's coherent to say there is a being which is, or there's, let's just say something which is instantiated in no possible worlds, but could possibly exist, and you think that means there must be a P and not P?
There must be a P and not P in the view that there's a world without God. If it's true that it's
No, not God. I'm just saying anything. Like, let's just take
hold on. Look, the way you mean by God, which is necessary being. So if it's true,
I'm not critiquing that. I'm critiquing your definition.
Yeah, what I'm saying is fine. We could just use X. If it's true that X is necessary, would mean that a world where X does not obtain is impossible. So you must derive the contradiction from the view that a world without
Well,
X is impossible.
that's begging the. That just means all you mean by impossible is there is a P and not P. But I'm asking you, do you think
Obviously.
things can be impossible and not entail contradictions?
No, I already said
Okay,
no.
so what would you
They're
call? What would
semantically the same.
look? Take X. Let's take the variable X. X is instantiated in no possible worlds, but has no contradiction
Yeah,
until
that doesn't make that's incoherent because
that's.
what it means for
What would you
something
call that?
I would call it incoherent. It would just be gibberish what you're saying. It doesn't make sense because what it means for something to not be instantiated in any possible world would just means that it's impossible.
Yeah, but we're talking about if impossibility commits you to P and not P.
I just told yes, P not B would mean that there's a contradiction.
That's analytically true. So that's just how you define. If that's just how you're defining it,
But that's how it's standardly defined. That's
I
why
don't agree. That's how it's generally defined.
you don't think that logical impossibility is standardly defined as something that entails contradiction, or by look, this is just obvious modal logic. So in modal logic, different modal operators, whether you have logical modality, or rather modal scopes, logical modality, physical modality, or nomological modality, or metaphysical modality. What it means for something to not be possible in these modal scopes is that if it violates a law in the scope. So
What?
yes,
You have? I don't think you have literature on that, bro.
I don't. That's true. It's true. So what does it mean for something to be physically impossible? It means there's a violation of one of the physical laws.
But
At
I don't
least
think
one of
that
the
carries
physical.
over to a logical mode. I mean, just
Yes. What
given
does
what
it mean for
I've
something to be
read.
metaphysically impossible? It means that there's a violation of one of the metaphysical laws. What does it mean for something to be logically impossible? Is that it violates the logical laws, right? And the logical law that's usually cited, because they're all related to each other. They're all saying the same thing in different ways. The laws of logic, the classical laws, at least. That there's a contradiction, because
Well,
if it violates the law of identity or the law of excluded middle, it also is entailed that
can I
it
ask you a
violates the law of
question?
non-contradiction. Yes, go ahead.
Do you think? Okay, conceptualize the proposition there is a necessary being
What do you mean
in that
conceptual?
Huh?
What do you mean by conceptualize it?
Just standard usage.
Yeah, well, like just think about it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm thinking about it. There's a
You
necessary.
have the proposition. There is a necessary being that. Just take the assumption that proposition is true for now. Do you think if it's stipulated that proposition is true, that the question you ask me, is it possible there is a world with no necessary being? Do you think the answer to that question is yes or no?
I don't understand the question you just asked.
Okay, so take some basic assumptions, like stipulate them. A necessary being exists. Just make that an assumption that you're willing to affirm for this thought experiment. So let's say it's true, and then take the question you ask me: is there a possible world where there is no necessary being? How would you answer that question? Yes or no, given your basic assumptions.
You're saying if I was you, how would I answer the question I asked
I'm
you?
just asking if you affirm, if it was stipulated.
If I affirm what you affirm, how would I answer the question
But
I
I'm not
asked you?
simply saying you affirm it. Let's just say it's stipulated as true.
Right.
Okay.
If I have the understanding, if I assume your position, how would I answer the question I asked you? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, and I'm saying it's necessarily true in this thought experiment. There is a necessary being.
How I would answer the question I'm asking you is, what's the contradiction? That's all I'm asking you. And so you would just give me the contradiction. That's how I'd answer.
No. Wait. You ask me. Wait. I'm asking.
I asked you, what's the contradiction in the view that there's a world without God? There's a possible world without God. That's what I asked you.
I'm asking how would you answer that?
Yeah, I would answer by providing a contradiction, deriving it from the view. But obviously, as soon as I'm asked that, and I realized I don't have a way to answer that, so I would just drop the position.
I also have another. Well, hold on. Given the stipulation that a necessary being necessarily exists, you would agree.
Is it possible to somebody to stipulate?
No.
That a square. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Is it possible that someone can stipulate, hey, square circles do exist?
Well, I don't know what it means to stipulate a contradiction.
Exactly.
But I don't see how a necessary being exists and it's analogous.
Right. If you're saying a necessary being exists, right, you're saying it's also impossible for that there's a possible world without a
Do
necessary
you, well, do
being.
you agree if a necessary being, then if there was a necessary being, an empty world is impossible?
An empty world?
Yeah.
I would say an empty world. If a necessary being does exist, an empty world would not obtain. I don't know if it would. I don't think it would be a
It,
case
it
that
would
it's
be
impossible.
impossible, right?
I don't know if no. I don't think it would be impossible. It would just be not true. Not that it's
Okay.
impossible.
Let's just say it's not the case. Okay. You would also agree if there was a necessary being, a world without a necessary being will not obtain?
Yes, but then the question would be, what's the
Uh-huh.
reason to think that a possible the that the question would be, why is it the case that it's actual rather than just possible? That's the question.
Right. Okay. That's referring back to my argument.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why I think it's possible rather than actual?
Why think it's actual rather than possible?
Why I think it's and what does it mean to be actual?
That is demonstrated to be true in this world.
Oh, because this world is a possible world.
Yeah. This world could be a world where there is no God. Now, how do you demonstrate that this
But
world what?
well, because look, this is the caveat, right? If
Wait,
you
wait, what are you laughing at?
no, I wasn't laughing at you. I'm like it was like that wasn't that type of laugh. But there's a caveat because if you accept the argument and you agree that the actual world is a possible world, and you agree because I think you were talking about you don't agree with the dichotomy. A necessary thing is either impossible or necessary. Do you still not agree with that?
Yeah, of course not, because remember what you said necessary means.
Mm-hmm.
This is the third option. The way
What
you
is it?
said necessary is that it exists in all possible worlds and is eternal. Impossible just means does not exist. But the third option is it exists in all possible worlds and not eternal. That's the third option. So
But
it's
then
not
that's equivocation.
What's the equivocation?
The equivocation, because then the referent there is no longer necessary. Because it's saying a necessary thing is X or Y, but you gave a third option, but the third option isn't a necessary thing.
No, I'm saying the third option. Look, if there's a third option, if you said necessary or not necessary, then there would be no third option. But you said necessary. What it means? Look, what it means to say impossible means exists in all possible worlds. Correct? Does not. It exists in no possible world. Rather.
Wait.
Correct?
What'd you say? What was the question?
What it means to say that X is impossible means that it does not exist in all. It doesn't exist in all possible
Yeah.
worlds.
Yeah.
It exists in no possible worlds, rather.
Yeah.
So if there's a being that can exist eternally and in all possible worlds, it could also exist not eternally and in all possible worlds, and it would
Then
still
that's not a necessary thing anymore.
it's necessary in the sense that it's true in all possible worlds.
But necessary, there's a conjunction in the definition.
Right.
Exists in all possible worlds and eternal.
What term do you want to use for the conception true in all possible worlds if it's not the word necessary?
Contingent.
True in all possible worlds means contingent?
Because you can fail to
Okay, so what word do you want to use for the word for the term rather it could fail to exist? What word do you want to use for that?
Contingent. Well, look, contingent.
So now you
means-
have two senses for one term.
No. Hold on.
What are you saying
My
no to?
view. I'm saying no to me having two senses because
You just said you literally
Wait,
just straightforwardly said that though.
trust me. I have an answer. I take what it means to be contingent is that you fell to. Oh, I see what you're saying. Hold on, because I take a contingency to be you could fail to exist. Or I might want to say and or non-instantiate in all possible worlds.
And or, so that's two senses for one term, like I said.
Well, no, because the and or is encapsulated in the definitions.
Okay. So you want to use contingent for the meaning true in all possible worlds and to mean uh, can fail to exist. Do you
Well,
understand how that's like
look,
it captures the opposite view in one term?
no,
You don't
Hatim,
see how
because
that's a problem?
I'll tell you why I don't think it is. Because I think you can exist in all possible worlds, but still be able to fail to exist.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Yeah,
To exist
wait.
in all possible worlds means you not failing to exist.
Wait. What's going to be the contradiction in something being instantiated in all possible worlds, but still being able to not exist, like be able to fail to exist?
Being able to fail to exist means there's at least one possible world that they don't exist. So the contradiction would be it is.
No.
Yes.
Being able to fail to exist
It's
just
possible world
means
semantics. It's possible. What it means to be able to means that it's possible to. What it means
Yeah.
what it's possible to, that means there's at least one possible world.
No.
That's literally yes. What do you mean no?
Well,
What do you
I
say
thought
no
you
to?
remember you said what it means to be possible is that you don't violate any rules of the system, but now you're changing it.
What it means to be possible means that there's no violation, and one of the
Whoa.
easiest way to demonstrate possibility is to if something is possible, that means it exists in one possible. It's both.
That's
Both
not, you didn't give that definition. You
both
just
are
said no violation of the
one-
system.
Yeah, what it means for you not to be able to violate the laws of logic just means that you are at least in one possible world. It's an entailment of the criteria.
That's analytically true?
Yes.
Of what definition? Of what term? I mean,
What term? Let me think about that real quick. Well, I think it's just about the concept of the modal scope, right?
but I don't see how that's conceptually impacted.
I gotta probably like think about this a bit more. We'll come back
What
to it
time
later.
is it? Okay, we got 20 minutes. Who won the first debate? Rookie won.
A landslide. It was a landslide.
I'm still here, guys. I'm just getting ready for tomorrow.
Share the live out. I'm debating in 20 minutes.
20 minutes. But
No, Cap called out last second. Unfortunately.
yeah. By the way, should we count that as a forfeit, or did he have an emergency?
Technically, it is a DQ.
Did he? Was it an emergency that he called out for, or just he didn't want to debate?
Oh, he had personal matters to take care of.
Okay, then I wouldn't call it a.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. Like, even though that's my boy, because if Z didn't show up, I'm taking that win on my record, to be honest. So, it is a DQ.
Okay. I mean, if he had if they just call out, then I would call it like a DQ. But if they have like a family emergency, then I wouldn't. But I guess it's up to. I don't know.
I mean, that's gonna have to be if you're the host, you have to have the criteria, but yeah. But you guys feel free to request up. We can chill for the next 15 minutes.
Shoot. Okay. But yeah, I'm just doing some laundry. Yeah, after this debate, I'm gonna make a to-do list and I'm gonna knock some stuff out the way. I'm gonna edit the debates. I'm gonna post it online. And then a couple other things, and we should be good to go.
Bet.
Yep. Jay, what?
What's up, y'all? I got a question. So, in John 1:1 it says, the Word is God and God is the Word. The Greek meaning for word is logos. So
There's no Christians up here, by the way.
No. I'm saying the Greek meaning for word is logos, so it means logos is God and God is logos. So
what does logos mean?
well, you got logos, ethos, mythos, right?
Yeah, so what does logos mean?
Logos means it's a three-part concept of understanding and logic and understanding, right? So
God is understanding?
I would say knowledge.
So God is knowledge.
I would say if I was to categorize it in one word, it would be knowledge.
What's your question though?
So I'm just saying, so under that understanding, then, so if God is logos and logos is God, does that mean there's no logos?
Dude, what?
I'm just saying, is it possible not to have logos?
Why are you asking silly questions?
No, I don't think it's a silly question because that's
Do we have
that's a
knowledge?
definition.
Do you think we have knowledge, EJ?
Well, that's the thing. Like, how would you know what ethos is without?
I'm asking you, do you think we have knowledge?
I think. Well, I think knowledge is subject based, just like how nobody can really paint like.
I'm just asking you, bro. Do you think you have knowledge? It's not that complicated.
Well, and I think a lot of our knowledge is lost.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, do you think you have knowledge?
I think everybody has knowledge.
Okay,
Yes.
then everybody has God.
No. Well,
No?
we're talking about objective knowledge, not subjective knowledge, right?
You said logos is knowledge. You didn't specify subjective, objective.
Yeah, but if I'm subjectively knowledgeable, then that would fall under mythos rather than logos, right?
Is logos knowledge or is logos objective knowledge?
Well, the concept of knowledge in this aspect would be objective knowledge, yes. Because subjective knowledge would fall more under mythos, right?
What is objective knowledge? What does that mean to you?
What is objective knowledge?
Yeah, what does that mean to you?
Objective knowledge would mean that it's true all over.
True all over. What's something?
Yeah,
that's true all over?
for instance, like time. Like our concept of time is only localized to us,
But that's
due to our sun, right? But yet, time within itself, within the concept of movement, means that time, huh?
That's a noun. It's like saying dog is true all over. Time is a noun.
No. You didn't hear what I said, right? Time is movement. That's what time is. Time is movement.
That's a noun.
What's a noun?
Movement.
No, movement is not a noun.
Yes, it is. What do you mean it's not a noun?
A noun is person, place, or things. You're talking about it could be a verb, an action verb. Is that what you mean?
Movement is not a verb. Moving or move is a verb. Movement is a noun.
No. A movement is a verb unless you're
Are we serious?
unless you're associating that movement to an object. It's a noun.
Move. Look, do you want? Okay, I'll just look it up for you, and then I'll screenshot it.
Movement by itself is not a noun unless you associate it to an object. Hey, what is this fucking what education are we going in here?
What do you think a noun is, buddy?
Person, place, or thing.
You're saying movement is not a noun?
Unless it's associated to something. Is it a complete sentence?
What do you think movement is?
Can you make this screen bigger?
Movement is time.
Can you make this screen bigger? Now, right under the word movement, or right under next debate, what does that word say? Or under movement, what does it say? Right under the speakerphone. Can you read that, EJ Wyatt?
Yeah, and that doesn't dictate anything
Yeah,
under
just
what it
acknowledge you're
means.
wrong. Just acknowledge you're wrong.
All right, make it a complete sentence then.
Wait, do you can you at least agree that it says it's a
No.
noun?
All right, so let's here's the experiment.
Come on, bro.
All right, here's the experiment.
Are you gonna
Put
be
movement in a
dishonest?
sentence. If that's a noun, put it in a sentence and make it a
Yeah.
noun.
This object you can observe this object having movement. I have.
Yo, Hakeem, are you laying down?
I am laying down.
Yo, kick this guy.
I'm laying down until this debate starts.
Don't get sleepy, dude.
Okay.
Put it in a sentence.
I just gave you like 2 sentences.
Object? What's object then?
I have movement.
And what are you if you're not a noun?
I am a noun.
Oh, so in order to have 2 nouns, you have to have 2 verbs to make a complete sentence.
Hey, did you graduate high school?
What am I saying wrong?
Did you graduate high school?
What am I saying that's wrong?
I'm asking if you graduated high school.
What's that got to do with the logos?
Is that a no?
What makes a complete sentence then?
Did you graduate high school, bro?
Did you graduate high school? Tell me what makes a complete sentence.
Yeah, I graduated in 2016.
Okay, what makes a complete sentence?
Yeah, I can
Brother.
Good easy.
What makes a complete sentence?
Yeah. What makes a complete
You
sentence
need a
is when
subject and a predicate.
Yeah.
Okay.
I go through
In
models,
your
models,
sentence,
it's your
what
job.
is the subject and the predicate?
I'm the subject.
Which is a noun.
Yeah. And
Okay.
The predicate is
Yo,
having
Coco,
movement.
can you kick this guy?
Having movement is the predicate. Have a movement. I, subject, have a movement, predicate.
Okay, you're the noun. And you move. How's that a noun? Move. Where's noun at in your movement?
Moved is a verb. I have movement that's a noun. There's multiple. You can have multiple nouns in a sentence. You know that, right?
To have
For
multiple
example, how about this?
nouns.
I'll give you an example. The shelf has a vase. You notice how shelf and vase are both nouns?
You say the shelf
has a vase. 2 nouns.
No, that's not that's not 2 nouns.
Shelf and vase are not 2 nouns?
Okay, what you're not doing is you're not you're not using adverbs and you're not changing the
Adverbs. I don't
Wait,
need
can we, bro?
adverbs.
This is like, bro, Hakeem, you're just teaching this guy at this point.
Well, I
do
mean,
you have?
this guy's obviously he didn't graduate high school. And he's embarrassed.
Yeah,
I'm
this
not
is-
embarrassed.
Boss, but do you, wait, just hold on.
I
Do
write
you-
for a living, bro.
Look,
I
do you
know what
believe
we
in
talk
God?
about.
Do you believe in God?
Huh?
Do you believe in God?
I believe in logos.
I didn't ask you that.
Do you believe in the right to life?
I'm asking you a question.
What gives you your right to life?
Are you okay?
No, I'm just saying. What gives you your right to life? Are you okay?
Okay, this is hilarious.
You can't be rational and operate like this. I'm simply
No,
listen,
I'm just saying. I don't understand how you get to this concept based upon talking about sentence
Can you
structure.
please be good faith? The topic of the discussion is regarding God's existence. And I'm asking you, do you believe in God? It's a yes or no question.
Yeah, I believe in logos.
Okay, thank you. And for future reference, please just answer like that. Don't do all the extra theatrics. But given you do believe in God, you willing to run us past reasons to believe in God?
Say again?
Do you want to run us past your reasons to believe there is a God?
Do I want to run you past why there's logos?
Sure.
I mean, you don't believe in logos?
I'm asking you a question.
Okay. Well, to believe, it's not that I believe in logos because
You just answered yes on the
Yeah,
answer.
yeah. So if I'm learning and I'm capable of learning, then therefore
Why do you
I have
do
logos.
why do you do this? Why do you like overcomplicate? You do that on purpose, or you have a disability?
I mean, I think I answered your question. I don't know why.
Because I asked you a
I'm
simple
just answering in
question,
different ways.
then you
'cause-
How
start.
about this, Kylo? How about this, Kylo? Hey, EJ. When you say you write for a living, what do you do?
What do you mean? What do I do?
You said you write for a living, so how are you a writer? Are you a novelist? You write
I
novels?
didn't say I do it as a living.
Yeah, you did.
Yes, you did.
I said I write, but I don't make money off of it.
You literally said I write for a living.
Yeah, but I wrote most of my life. I'll put it that way.
And what does that mean? Like you fill out paperwork? Is that what you mean? Like what
No,
does it mean?
mostly. Well, I guess I fill out paperwork if I write, but
So that's what you meant by you write for.
no,
your life?
I write fiction mostly, but
So you have like notebooks full of fiction?
yes,
Plural. You filled notebooks. How many notebooks have you filled full of your stories?
30, 40.
Wow. Do you want to publish them?
I just want to finish them.
Can you tell me a story you wrote about? Like, are they long stories, short stories? Like, what are they?
Well, they all start off as short stories. They all end up as long stories.
You might be the next. Might be the next J.K. Rowling, bro. You never know.
She's stupid, man.
Exactly. I mean, you might be the next J.K. Rowling. I'll say it again.
That's a hard.
Oh my gosh, dude. That was good.
Yeah.
But yeah, bro. It's okay.
I mean, I guess
Brother,
I
it's
guess
okay
I
if
would
you
be
never
popular
finished
in
high
that
school, dude.
case, right?
I'm not gonna make fun of you because you didn't finish.
Well,
high
I'm
school.
just saying, if J.K. Rowling is stupid and she's so popular, then that's where we're at with logos, right?
Sure.
The irony.
That is pretty funny.
Do you want to go to college?
Huh?
Do you want to go to college?
Why?
Are you trying to speak the tongue of love?
What was that?
Why would I
What
want to
the
go to
fuck?
college?
What's happening?
Oh, so you can learn how to
Oh no, you told
learn
me.
a specific field of knowledge with other people in a conducive environment.
Did college teach you what the literary offenses of Fenimore Cooper were about?
I don't know what the words you just said were.
Exactly.
What did you
No,
say?
that's interesting, right? Like I think I figured this TikTok universe out. I'm up for the challenge.
But what did you say though? Like I actually
release,
just want to know what you
release,
said.
Release
said,
your
did
heart to me,
college
and I'll
teach you-
contemplate for you.
Did college teach you what the literary offenses of Fenimore Cooper were about?
Fenimore Cooper.
Yeah, Fenimore Cooper, the guy who wrote Deer Hunter.
No, but what? But I didn't go to college for that.
Okay, so why does college matter to you?
Well, I go to college because I wanted to learn a specific set of facts.
Okay,
what?
so how
Literature?
how would college
what does the
benefit
Deer
me
Hunter have
if I
to
wanted
do
to be a
with
writer?
this?
Look, I mean, you could go to college and major in English, and they would teach you how to write better.
AI teaches you how to write better too.
I mean, you could do both. But
I guess that's what the literary offenses of Fenimore Cooper was all about. Then
That's why
You're
you
right.
don't need.
I didn't know that.
You don't need to write 30 books or however many you guys were talking about earlier. You just need AI to write it for you.
Look. I understand you can learn
The word
outside
of
of college.
God.
I understand you can learn outside of college. That's not the point. I'm saying that
An in-person
No,
experience.
you're saying it's a merit-based system in a world
I
that's
didn't
about
say
who.
anything. I don't know where you got that.
So you're claiming it's a merit-based. You're claiming a merit-based
Brother, no one
ideology
even mentioned merits.
within about who you know, not what you know,
How
right?
about you tell me what you know, brother, and I'll tell you.
Yeah, why don't you
I
tell
think this guy
me?
might have a complex.
But no one's
and I
telling
think he's
me.
kind of
I don't
making this
know.
up as it goes.
It's
The
like
irony.
it's not
I think this
cool at
guy's got a
all.
complex.
Y'all
So
funny,
annoying,
man.
dude. I just go from like one TikTok live. I had no idea what you guys were talking about. This
Kylo,
is like a
are we
half
almost
secret.
ready?
Yeah, so it's 9:56 and it starts 6. It starts in like 5 minutes. We start in 5 minutes.
Are they
Logan?
here though?
Ready for what?
Yeah, she's here.
He's right next to Kylo.
Coco, can you put the prompt up? I'm gonna go pray. Wallahi.
Okay.
So 5 minutes. Hatim, wake up. Go do like 5 push-ups. I need you locked in. Well, not 5 push-ups. Do
What's
like
the
2.
prompt?
Do 10
Coco's about to
push-ups.
put it up. Oh, in the intermiss, we're about to get the debate going. So can we turn this guy's camera off, please? And
All of these
let's-
guys need to drop right now.
yeah, let's clear the panel. Let's share the live out.
Bye.
Except for
Let
me,
everybody
right?
know the debate's about to start. Tap the screen.
Except for me. You guys don't even make that known. Like what the heck?
All right.
Well, I apologize if I start eating halfway through. Having eaten.
Jesus Christ. Hey, don't take the whole 12 if you don't need it.
I guess you can leave Steelman out. Well,
No, drop him too.
okay. I'll drop him for that.
I gotta focus. No distractions.
Wait, really quickly. Are you gonna am I gonna give you the affirmative first?
Yes. Basically, the affirmative is going to go first. Opening statement, then the negation opening statement, and then the affirmative leading cross examination. So affirmative negation, then affirmative closing statement, and negation closing statement.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yep. And with that, if you guys could, please tap your screens, like the live, share with anybody who you think might be interested. We're about to start our next debate in about like 3 minutes. I was washing dishes, but no, life's good. Lots of moving pieces.
Oh, I'm not Angel. Angel's in KG.
What does AF stand for?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know.
Okay. So I guess I have to ask the other members, but like, shoot, knowledge gap and whatever AF is. The debate's about to start. Wait.
Need y'all, everybody in the audience, sending the live out, tapping the screen. Let's have a good debate.
Okay, you guys can hear me?
Can you speak? I'll check.
Oh, you guys can hear me, right? Yeah. I guess. But yeah, starting in one. But I guess in this 1 minute I can sort of do like a mini opener for the debate. So hello everyone that's here. There's 30 people in the live. This is Coco-Mania 7, where ideas will be shaken. We were supposed to host 3 debates today. One kind of didn't really work out, so we had like a hangout kind of session in between the debates. The first debate already happened, and now we're at the last debate. But yeah, this is Coco-Mania 7, No Ideas Left Unspoken. The debate we're about to have is trans women are women, where Z is taking the affirmative, Kyle is taking the negation. In regards to the format of the debate, it's going to be 5-minute openers, 12-minute cross-examinations, 2 rounds, and 5-minute closers. We really appreciate you guys being here. If you can, please send gifts, but you don't have to. I do know we're in the middle of an economic crisis, so we just appreciate that you guys are here and watching and tapping your screens, sharing the live. So gifts are not necessary, or gifts are not mandatory. But if you have any extra spare change, the gifts are appreciated and they help everybody that's on this panel to make videos, produce content, and invest in whatever their social media projects are. Please gift the debaters, and please gift our single judge tonight, Hatim, first. And then lastly, if you have any more change, gift me, the host. I do reinvest into my TikTok project. With that, yeah, tap your screen, share the live, and thank you for being here, and we're going to start. So first person to go is Z. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Your 5 minutes starts when you say your first word.
Okay. The 5 minutes, just to be clear, is like me just like introducing myself, right?
Yeah, you're just doing your opening statement.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so my name's Z, and I'm going to be taking the affirmative that trans women are women today. Well, I just want to say thanks for everybody for stopping in. Very appreciative, especially for the people that are here to show support. I appreciate it. And thanks to everybody that believes in me. I appreciate y'all. Do I have to take the full 5 minutes?
Well, just
No.
to be clear, you're supposed to be rendering your position.
Okay, yeah, so I do give my argument now. Yes.
Yeah.
Or yeah, it's kind of your opener to your argument, and you don't have to use the entire 5 minutes or the entire amount of time for each section. You can say I concede my time.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so P1's going to be an individual's gender identity reflects their deeply held understanding of who they're going to be. This identity shapes thoughts, emotions, decisions, and behavior. When a person identifies as a woman, their practical identity, how they understand and act as a person, is guided by that self-identification, okay? P2 is going to be society recognizes somebody as belonging to a gender category when that person's identity and social expression align with the cultural norms associated with that category, only provided that these norms are non-sexist. Examples would be like based on stereotypes. Just say that women must act feminine, but they're going to be grounded in equality and authenticity, okay? Premise 3 is a woman is an adult whose practical identity centers on preserving her self-concept through non-sexist cultural norms associated with females, and being a woman, thus a matter of identity and social participation, and not strictly just of biology. Premise 4 is going to be, a trans woman is an adult who identifies as a woman and expresses this identity through social roles, behavior, and self-presentation consistent with female-associated norms. And then premise 5 is going to be, well, biological sex is neither necessary nor sufficient to determine who is a woman, since the definition of woman depends on the identity and cultural understanding, not physical traits alone, okay? Conclusion is just going to be, therefore, trans women meet the definitional and sociological and psychological criteria for being women, right? And I can concede my time. Unless y'all want justifications.
It's up to you. You can provide justifications, but...
Okay. Well, I have a lot of time left, so... The justification for P1 is just going to be psychological and clinical definitions consistently describe gender identity as a person's deeply held or deeply felt sense of their gender, distinct from assigned sex. This supports the deeply held understanding of who they are, part because it's the understanding part, sorry. Because it's a core aspect of self-concept, gender identity predictably influences emotional well-being, and then decisions. And patterns of behavior. These are standard consequences of central identities in social and clinical psychology. Empirical work on gender identity shows that identification with women or with feminists is not a mere label, but structures and attitudes, right? Values, behaviors, and how people relate to group characteristics, interests, and perceived sexism. And then I have links for that if anybody needs that. And then justification for P2 is just going to be social construction accounts of gender emphasize that being recognized as a woman or man involves social norms, roles, and expectations, not just anatomy. Gender is a social position, including norms about appearance and behavior. Contemporary feminist work on authenticity and gender norms argues that gender norms are socially constructed, but can be lived authentically when individuals make them theirs, rather than simply confirming oppressive or sexist expectations. This is going to match a restriction of non-sexist norms, right? With equality and self-determination rather than stereotypes like women must be submissive. And then I have links and studies for that as well. Justification for P3. I don't know if I'm gonna have time. Human rights and legal scholarship increasingly interpret women in an inclusive way that involves multiple factors, such as biological, anatomical, gender performance, and gender identity rather than biology alone. This shows that defining women partly in terms of identity and social participation is already present in serious normative frameworks. And I'm going to go ahead and concede my time because I used up a lot of time there and I don't have time to finish that justification.
Okay, that's totally cool. I think you did a really good job.
Thank you.
So that's going to be your opening statement. Kylo, you get 5 minutes on the clock for your opening statement. It starts when you say your first word.
Yep, alrighty. Let's just preface this by let's have everybody in the audience share the live out, tap the screen. Like Coco said, feel free. Big shout out to his team. He came through when we needed him. Shout out to Coco. But let's get into the opening statement. So, in today's debate, I will challenge the claim that trans women are women. I want to thank my team, KG, the organizers, obviously a team Coco, and the audience for helping this happen. And I appreciate the team, the AF team, for accepting this match. Before presenting my objections, I want to clarify my methodological stance. I hold a gender agnostic view. So that just means I suspend judgment on whether gender is a real property or category of persons. I take no position on whether gender exists as a natural, social, metaphysical feature of individuals, things of that nature. My argument for tonight, therefore, does not depend on any particular theory of gender. It only evaluates whether the definition offers successfully establishes the claim being defended. My position is simple. I negate the adequacy of the proposed definition used to support the claim that trans women are women. My contention is that the definition offered in the debate is logically defective and therefore cannot justify the conclusion. My opponent's definition of woman is of the following: an adult individual who identifies as a woman only if the individual's practical identity is sensitive to preserving one's identity by non-sexist cultural norms associated with females. For me to win this debate, I only need to provide one successful critique showing that this definition fails. For my opponent to win the debate, they must defend a sound argument for the claim that trans women are women that survives my objections. Tonight, I will present two objections showing the proposed definition fails. 1. The vicious circularity objection. The definition appeals to identifying as a woman while attempting to define what a woman is. This is a case of vicious circularity, where a definition relies on the very concept it is supposed to explain. To understand what it means to identify as a woman, one must already know what a woman is. Because the definiendum appears within the definition itself, the account is uninformative and fails to explain the concept it aims to define. When arguments rely on such circular definition, they become question begging, since the conclusion is implicitly assumed in the premise. Second, the persistence objection. The definition requires an individual to identify as a woman, but many people temporarily lack the capacity to identify. For example, when they are unconscious, under anesthesia, or in a coma. During those periods, the identifying conditions cannot be satisfied. This creates a problem of identity instability, because the person would cease to be a woman whenever that identifying capacity is absent. This leads to reductio absurdum. If identifying is required for being a woman, then whenever someone cannot identify, such as during unconsciousness, they temporarily stop being a woman. That implies gender status turns on and off depending on momentary or mental activity. That results in implausible, or that result is implausible because gender categories are ordinarily understood to persist through temporary incapacities. For these reasons, the proposed definition fails to adequately ground the claim being defended tonight. And if the definition collapses, the argument that trans women are women cannot be successfully established. And with that being said, I will concede the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you for your opening statement. That was a really good opening statement. And with that, we're going to move into cross-examinations. So for the cross-examinations, both of you are going to get periods where you can ask questions to basically establish your position, but delegitimize your opponents. During your cross-examination, if your opponent is talking too much and you want them to stop and they won't stop, you can say, sorry, I'm blanking on the word. You can say, I reclaim my time. Right. Whenever you say I reclaim my time, we pause the timer and then, get your opponent to stop talking. Then we resume the timer. I guess you guys both understand this. So, Z, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. But I can start your 12-minute cross-examination whenever you say your first word.
Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so I can go over like why gender identity isn't going to stop. Simply when somebody or like a person or trans woman, trans man, etc., is going to be unconscious, right? Well, gender identity is going to exist as a mental state as well. In psychology, gender identity refers to a person's internal sense of being male, female, etc. And like a relatively stable aspect of self-concept, right?
Wait, can you just repeat that one more time?
Yeah, perfect. So the reason that gender identity isn't going to simply stop when somebody's going to be unconscious, simply because I can't perceive this as identity, well, when we're saying, like within the argument I gave you as well, it's just saying that, this is just going to be inherently like what they feel, even like this feeling or intentional, holy blunder, that this like feeling isn't going to stop simply because somebody's going to like stop perceiving it, right? We can say that this person
Well, wait, what does it mean to identify?
I would just say like aligning yourself within the category.
Okay, and can you do that if you're unconscious?
I mean, just because you're unconscious doesn't mean you haven't done it at some point, right?
So, okay, when you say, they must be identifying, is it the case that when you're unconscious, you can identify?
Yes.
Okay, what does it mean when you say aligning yourself with the category, can you explain how people can identify while they're unconscious? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just think that people can identify when they're unconscious. Well, because of a few reasons, right? Well, it's a psychological state of mind that's always going to be active, right? Regardless of current state of consciousness.
But I don't see how that answers my question, because it doesn't seem like when you're unconscious, you're in a position to align yourself with a given category. Are you saying that, how you priorly conducted yourself or categorized yourself, that translates over to all moments of time, like it persists through time?
Yeah, pretty much.
And what's going to be your theory of persistence?
I don't have a theory of persistence.
Okay, so how are you justified in that claim?
Sorry, can you wait really quickly? Can you explain what a theory of persistence is?
Well, basically, a theory of persistence is going to account for your notion of properties of agents carrying over throughout time. So you might want to say like your current, like who your identity is, that transfers over to when you're asleep, when you're awake, and other notions of time. I'm just asking, what's your view of that? Since you want to say, identifying transfers over even when they're unconscious.
Yeah, I just think that any form of like past identity there still like transfers, right? I mean, it's obvious that like they've at some point held that this like identity is like what they feel to be true to themselves, right? But I wouldn't say that, like, simply because they aren't currently perceiving this at the moment doesn't mean that it's just not going to, like, exist anymore. If they've still, like, had this experience at some point, right?
Yeah.
And
Do you have an
also,
argument for that?
wait, hold on, I wasn't done. I did have a clarifying question. Are you saying that you're able to be, like, to rationalize while unconscious through some evaluation?
Well, I'm saying that under my view, I don't take it to be the case. Coma patients can identify, and you're saying that what it means to be a woman is to identify. So I'm just curious on how that works under your view.
Well, I would just, yeah, holy crap. Yeah, I would just say, like, I would hold it to be the same way that I think sentience persists, right? I don't think that simply because somebody doesn't currently have some form of sentience that they haven't rationalized something in the past before, which means that in the cases that, you know, they're not currently rationalizing the said identity, I don't think that this identity is just going to completely stop and fail. I think that this identity is going to continue regardless because they've had these past experiences until they have the rationalization to reevaluate these conditions.
And is that analytically true, or is that synthetically verified, or is there some third option?
I can give you, like, research papers.
No. Well, do you understand my question?
No, I don't. Can you
So
clarify?
you're saying the identity persists even when they're not in a state to self-identify, right? They can't do that awarely, but the identity persists over. And I'm asking you, is that true in virtue of the definition? Is that like synthetically verified or something else? And all it means to be synthetically verified, you might just want to say, verified externally with experiences or something like that.
Oh,
Maybe
well,
the papers you were talking about substantiates that
yeah,
claim.
then yeah, it would be the one that you just said synthetically. Yeah.
Okay, and the papers consist of what information that justify that claim?
Do you want me to send them to you?
Well, no, I'm just curious on what the papers read.
Well, yeah, a lot of the papers just give like personal experiences pretty much of, like, people who have had these, like, certain identities and, like, why they felt the need to identify with it, right?
But I don't see how that justifies your claim that the identity persists over. Do you have a supplementary argument for that claim?
No.
Okay. I mean, this is your talking time, so I actually had another question regarding your premise. What would be the inference for your argument?
Oh, I'm so glad that you brought this up, right? Sorry, I have this. No, I'm not crying, I'm nervous, guys. Stop. Leave me alone. Yeah, as for that, well, motivations aren't brought through arguments, as those are just more claims to prove and motivate the motivation. And motivate the motivation aspect, just give reasoning. Oh,
Wait, do you understand my question?
yeah, you're asking for the inference rule.
Yeah. Do you think the argument's valid?
Yes,
And what do you take validity to be?
just something that's going to be true.
You think validity refers to the truthness of an argument? Well, that's a blunder. No, that's what soundness is. Validity talks about the structure of the argument, and if the premises follow from the or if the conclusion follows from the premises. So,
Do you have? Wait, hold on. Does that just mean that you're, like, referencing that you have a contention with one of my premises that just states that my conclusion isn't going to be valid?
no, I'm looking to get clarity on why I should even think the argument is valid in the first place, given, I mean, prima facie, it doesn't seem valid, and you're not in a position to explicate the inference rule. I don't know why I should accept the argument being valid.
Wait.
Just use some nauseum inference,
Yeah. Yeah, so just to be clear, you do understand that, well, in order for a conclusion to not be valid, well, it just means that one of the premises has to be false, right? Which would mean that you have some form of a contention with one of my premises, so...
Wait, I'm sorry, you're confused. Conclusions aren't valid, arguments are valid. Premises themselves aren't valid unless you're being idiosyncratic on what it means to be valid. But the way we're using validity isn't a property of individual premises, by the way.
Sorry. Wait, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, I don't know what it means to say the conclusion is valid given how we're using validity in this context. Validity in this context just talks about the argument simpliciter. But if you don't mind, can I ask another clarity question regarding your argument?
Yeah, sure. What do you have?
Okay, so I'm curious, what makes someone an adult?
What makes you an adult?
Yeah.
I would just say, hold on, I can pull that definition for you too. I have it. Because I don't want to like use a definition that's not going to be valid or sound.
No, that works. I appreciate you being good faith also.
Yeah, no, I'm very good faith. I'm not like, I don't like to get rhetorical. I just think it's rude. Yeah, so I'm just going to be using like the Oxford definition of an adult, right? This is going to be a fully grown or developed person, often specifically referencing a person who has reached the legal age of majority, generally 18, and is responsible for their own actions.
Okay. So is it to say you're an adult if you're 18?
No, don't just like specifically target the 18 part, right?
A fully grown and developed person?
Yeah, a fully grown and developed person.
Okay, that's fine. And so, okay, what is a trans woman? I'm curious.
A trans woman is just going to be used within my definition of woman.
Okay, so those terms are synonymous?
Well, if I'm identifying a trans woman to be a woman, then yes.
Okay. Are there, so in your view, are there necessary and sufficient conditions to be a woman?
I mean, not necessarily. I wouldn't say so.
Wait,
I think that
there are no necessary conditions?
No, they're all really sufficient. I don't have any necessary conditions.
Okay, wait, is it necessary that you're an adult to be a woman?
Sorry, I was talking to my friend. Did you say that, do you think it's going to be necessary to be an adult to be a woman?
Yeah, that was a binary question.
What was the other one?
What, I don't know what other one you're referring to. That's a plethora of questions.
Okay, wait, can you repeat them then?
Yeah.
Except for the last one.
Okay, so the former question prior to the most recent question was, are there necessary sufficient conditions? Which you answered no. And the latter question was, is it necessary that you're an adult to be a woman? I'm just curious on the answer for that.
Yeah, no, it's not binary. You need to be an adult to be a woman.
So, and is that necessary?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's your first contradiction of the discussion, given you said there are no necessary conditions and then there are necessary conditions. Do you understand?
Well, yeah, I do. I did say, yeah, I did say that. I'm sorry.
And okay, so on your view of womanhood, okay, let's just read it. An adult individual who identifies as a woman.
Finish your last sentence.
I would just stop. It's fine.
And with that, that's going to be the first cross-examination period, and then we're going to move to OG Kylo's first cross-examination period. And it starts whenever you say your first word.
Alrighty. Once again, in the interim, let's just make sure we're tapping that screen, sharing the live out. I mean, big shout out to her team again. Big shout out to Coco. I just got to keep prefacing that. I mean, they really made this happen today. But let's get into the objections, right? So my first cross-exam is going to consist of me levying the vicious circularity objection. Okay. Do you understand what vicious circularity is?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to me what vicious circularity is?
Yeah, I'm just going to be taking vicious circularity to be sorry.
I can tell you if you want me to.
Yeah, please explain.
All right. It's basically, it's a logical defect where the definition or an argument depends on the very concept it's supposed to explain, making the explanation uninformative. you get the definiendum and the definiens, and let's just break down how when you have vicious circular or viciously circular definitions, the argument becomes question begging. Now, would you agree that if an argument is fallacious, we have no reason to accept that argument?
Yeah, I agree. I can explain to you how the term
Wait, one second,
woman.
one second. So let's just look at your definition. True or false, the definiendum appears in the definiens.
Wait, just to be clear, it doesn't.
Okay, so when I read your definition,
Yeah, go ahead.
please. Woman, an adult individual who identifies as a woman. Okay, true or false, the term woman is in the definition of woman.
Wait. Kylo.
It was yes or no question.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so let's hear your definition of woman. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my definition of woman, okay, is going to be an adult individual who identifies as a woman.
Stop
Only
right
if
there.
the
Stop. So you've just contradicted yourself for the second time in the discussion. Given that I ask you, true or false, your definition of woman appears in the term woman appears in the definition. You said no, and then when you just read it, it did. So here's the P on P. The definition of woman entails the term, and it does not entail the term. That will be our second contradiction of the discussion. But now that we've identified that it is in the definiens, is that notion of woman equivalent to the definiendum notion? Hello?
Sorry.
Okay,
Okay,
when we
the
read
last part.
when we read the term woman in the definition, what's the definition of that term woman there?
Yeah. Yeah, I see how it's a contradiction. Oh god.
Okay, so let's just be clear.
Yeah.
Given the argument being fallacious, we should not accept it. You would agree that the argument you levied for the proposition is question begging, correct?
Wait, just to be clear.
Yes or
again.
no? Stop. Yes
Oh.
or no, please.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Is that a yes?
No. Yeah, again, right.
I ask you a yes
Well-
or no question. Is it question begging?
Kylo.
No, I reclaim my time.
No,
Stop. I reclaim my
no.
time. I reclaim my time. It's my talking time. I'm gonna ask you again. Is the argument question begging? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, let me show you how it is. Okay, do you agree that the definiendum is in the definiens? Yes or no?
No.
No. So when you just read your definition, the term woman, was it in the definition?
Oh, by definition. Okay, yeah, no, I know what you mean now. Yeah, it is.
Okay, thank you. Stop blundering. So let's get back to the question.
Okay.
Is the
Yeah, bitch, no.
stop. Don't get rhetorical. You don't want to do that. So is the argument begging the question?
Yeah, but the
Thank
usage
you.
of woman
Okay,
there.
stop.
Okay.
Stop. It's my talking time.
Kylo,
No, it's my talking
Kylo.
time. I reclaim my time.
Kylo.
I reclaim my time. You can ask as many questions as you want in your cross exam. Perfect. Now
Hold
that
on,
we
you asked me
I
so
reclaim
many
my
questions
time.
in
I
my
reclaim my
cross-exam.
time. Moderator. Yep, thank you. So let's see what else I want to ask you. So in your definition of woman, right, where it says an adult individual who identifies as a woman only if the individual's practical identity is sensitive to preserving one's identity by non-sexual cultural norms, and you take a female to be a female is of or denoting that the sex that can bear offspring, right?
Yes.
Okay, when you say that can bear offspring, the term can there, are you talking about a logical possibility or are you using some different modal notion?
Yeah, no, I'll be using some like logical possibility.
Okay, stop right there. Perfect. So your definition of a female just talks about a logical possibility. So what's going to be the logical impossibility of a biological male being able to bear offspring and produce eggs? What's the logical contradiction?
Wait, just okay.
I need
Yeah.
the logical contradiction.
Yeah, just to be clear. When we're referring to like trans women, right? We're not necessarily saying, well, the trans women.
Stop. I
Okay.
reclaim my time. My question was very
Oh my
simple.
god.
Listen, your definition of female talks about a logical possibility and that the referent can bear offspring. Now, actually, let me preface the contradiction talk. Do you think a man and a woman, somebody could be a man and a woman at the same time? Yes or no? We need to be quick. Come on, you're using up my time.
Sorry.
Can you be a man and a woman at the same time?
Wait, are we referring to sex or gender here?
We're referring to gender.
Wait,
Yes or no? You're using up my time. Can you be a man and a woman at the same
gender.
time?
Yeah, no.
No, perfect. So the categories are mutually exclusive. Now, but stop. Now, given your definition of female, right? You talked about a logical possibility. What's the contradiction in a male being able to bear offspring?
Wait, just to be clear, you're getting your definitions confused here, right?
I'm reading your definition, by the
Yeah,
way.
you're getting my definitions confused here then. Right. So when you're saying like male and female, right, you're referring to biological terms.
Yes.
Which is going to be related to sex rather than gender.
Okay, wait. Can you be a biological male and be a woman?
Wait, yes, when you're referring when you're using self-identification, yes.
So wait. So on your view, okay, I see what you're saying. It says one's identity by sex associated with females. Okay, that's fine. So let me just get clear. I mean, I want to wait. How much time do I have? Oh, I got 4 minutes. I can.
4 minutes and 34 seconds.
Well, I'm chilling, man. Let's see what else I want to do here. Let me see what else I want to do. You said males. Wait, you said men can't be women?
I said that what?
Can men be women?
Yeah, again, are we referring to gender or sex?
Yes,
here?
gender.
Yeah,
Okay, so you could be a man and a woman at the same time?
yeah.
Okay, so I want to flag for the right. This is the third contradiction because on the onset of the discussion, I just asked that question and she said no. Now she's saying yes. So we're on our
Wait.
third. Stop. You're on the third
Philo.
contradiction. Okay, let me see. So you could be a man and a woman at the same time. That's totally fine under your view. Okay, let's just get back into this persistence talk. I want to just harp on this, right? So, you want to say when you're going to be in a coma, your identity persists over. Okay, you still don't have an argument for that, right?
Wait, not necessarily, but I can give you like my best explanation.
I'm running out of objections. Like, you don't got nothing ready. Your argument has no inference rule.
Wait, I
You
just
don't
wasn't
have it-
prepared for these
Stop,
questions,
stop
by the way.
talking. Stop talking. So your argument has no inference rule. You don't have a supplementary argument for the persistence talk. You accept the argument's question begging. You accept, you got vicious circularity. I'm running through all my objections in my first cross exam. Like, what do I even do? So let me ask you a question. Let's just talk about the cultural norms talk. So if let's just say you go Africa's cultural norms, like how they take women to be, their cultural norms of a woman is of our cultural norms of a male or of men, right? If you go to Africa right now, would you still be considered a woman or would you be considered a male?
I mean, yeah, you would still be honestly, it still depends on what you're self-identifying as.
But so then what is the cultural norms in your definition talks if that can be overridden by your self-identification?
Wait, just to be clear, cultural norms aren't referring to like identity in itself. It's just referring to like non-sexist ideas of what people would typically perceive like a woman or a female to be.
Okay, so I guess because now it's a little confusing. Can there be no cultural norms and you still be a woman?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are the necessary conditions to be a woman? Go ahead. You got to be an adult. What else?
Well, I would say you'd have to be a woman, right? Or, sorry, you said female.
No, I said, what are the necessary conditions to be a woman?
Yeah, I would just say you'd have to be an adult, and then, I would say you'd have to identify as a woman, right?
Identify. Anything else?
Yeah, I would say, where else should I go with this? I would also say you would. I would also say a necessary condition could be an individual's identity, and then psychological evaluation to the identity.
Could be when is it or could it be?
Yeah, no, it is.
And what is it again?
Yeah, it's just going to be a deep psychological evaluation to the identity, right? And then, is my phone about to die? Oh, it is.
A deep psychological evaluation of identity. Hello?
Yeah. And then my other one was just like an individual's practical identity.
Okay, what do you take identity to be?
Sorry. Identity?
Yes.
Finish up your last sentence.
You can just answer that.
Yeah, that's fine. For identity, I'm just going to be using Oxford's definition as well. And I can pull that for you.
Please.
With that, you guys want to move on to the second.
Is it fine if she gives that definition or no? I don't want to.
Oh yeah, she can give that definition.
Yeah, a definition of identity that I'm going to be using is just going to be defines defining who or what a person or thing is, including their unique characteristics, beliefs, or expressions and experiences.
Okay. And with that, that's going to conclude the first round of cross-examination. We have one more round of cross-examination and then the 5-minute closers. So yeah, we could get started on that. I do want to ask, do both participants want to continue with the debate? You guys are totally fine with continuing the debate, finishing it out?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am too.
Okay. With that, Z, you're going to get 12 minutes on the clock to ask any questions to establish your position or make points to discredit your opponent's position. And it starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay, perfect. First of all, I never actually got to go over how this definition of woman I'm going to be using isn't going to be circular, right? So first of all, the reason that this definition is not going to be viciously circular because the two womens are doing different, like definitions of women are going to be doing different work, right? When I'm referring to the first definition of woman, it's going to be the target category in which we're going to be defining, okay? And then the second woman is just going to be referring to a publicly recognizable social role shaped by norms about females, which we can explain independently in sociological terms, right?
Can you repeat that second one?
Oh, the second one? Yeah. The second woman is just going to be referring to a publicly recognizable social role shaped by norms about females, which we can explain independently in sociological terms, right?
Publicly recognizable. And the first one was what again?
The first one was just the target category that we're going to be defining. So this is going to be the category of woman as a whole.
What does that mean there? What's that definition?
What do you mean?
The first definition of woman, can you explicate it?
Yeah, so when I'm like referring to here is, okay, well, when I'm defining woman, I'm just taking it to be an adult individual who identifies as a woman. Only if the individual's practical identity is sensitive to preserving one's
That's the first definition?
non-sexual cultural norms. No, I'm trying to explain to you here, okay? When I'm using the term woman, when I'm first explaining what my definition of woman's going to be, I'm just going to be referring to the target category that we're going to be defining, which in this case is just going to be woman. And then when I use the actual definition of woman, I'm just saying that it's going to be referring to a publicly recognizable social role shaped by norms about females, in which we can explain independently in sociological terms.
Shaped by norms. Shaped by norms. What else was that? Finish that sentence off. Shaped by norms and what?
In which we can explain independently in sociological terms.
And what are these norms comprised of?
These norms can be like comprised of like anything that's like going to be non-sexist towards like this group of women, right? This could be like how women are typically like more nurturing, etc.
Are there necessary norms? Are there
Sorry.
necessary norms?
Um, no, I wouldn't say that there's going to be
Are there
necessary
sufficient
norms.
norms?
Yes.
What are the sufficient norms?
Yeah, I feel like these sufficient norms are just going to be something in which isn't going to be sexist, towards the group of women, right? And then my second
But what are
sufficient,
they? What are they?
like the sexist terms in which
What
aren't
what
going
do
to
you
be
think a
applied
norm
there.
is? What do you think a norm is?
Wait, a norm?
Yeah.
Yeah, norm's just going to be something in which is going to be like normally referred to there. Well, I probably shouldn't say that because that holds, yeah.
Huh?
Sorry, I was gonna like use a very bad definition that I probably wouldn't use. Sorry.
You said there are necessary norms. I'm curious on what those are. I don't even know what
wait.
a norm. I don't even know what a norm means here at this point.
Oh, yeah. So a norm's just going to be a standard model or pattern of behavior that's typically expected or accepted within a particular group or society.
And what are those necessary expectations given your activity, the way someone operates? What are those norms you're referring to be a woman on the latter definition?
Wait. I think you're
Should I recapitulate? Can you recapitulate my question actually? Were you tracking?
Yeah, I was. When you're saying like are you saying like what's gonna be the necessary condition
No,
for
you
these
said
norms?
there are no necessary norms. You said there are sufficient norms. And then I asked you to levy those sufficient norms so I can understand your view, given that your view is very sloppy right now. I can't even understand it.
Yeah, I think that some of these could be. Let's go with. So the norms that I'm going to be using here are just going to be like typical non-sexist terms, right? We could just go with like anatomy and ambition. And then assertiveness and leadership.
Are those all independently sufficient, or does it need to be a cluster of these norms?
No, I think they can be independently sufficient.
And you said ambition?
Hold on. Wait, yeah, autonomy and ambition, right? This is just going to be the freedom to design your own life, including pursuing career-focused roles and financial independence, etc.
Okay, so basically, wait, I'm curious. You're saying both the definitions are mutually exclusive, or I'm sorry, you're saying they're distinct. How are they distinct exactly?
Wait, what do you mean?
You said you've given two definitions of woman now, right? And that the definitions are not the same. That's how you're avoiding the vicious circularity objection. And I'm curious on what's going to be the symmetry breaker between both definitions.
Wait, again, it's not. Oh, okay. We can go back over this one more time, okay?
One more time. We haven't done it yet.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, I already explained this to you. I just said that like these two terms, right? Well, they're going to be the same term. They're just going to be used in different manners, right? Well, the first term is just going to be referring to the category in which we're going to be defining, right? And then the second term is just going to be referring to a publicly recognizable social role shaped by norms about females, in which we can explain independently in sociological terms.
Can you give me the symmetry breaker?
Wait, what do you like? Symmetry breaker between like the two?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
That's needed. That's needed to say they're not because to say they're not identical is to say they're distinct. I want the argument for them being distinct. Do you have an argument for them being distinct?
Oh. Okay. I feel like I don't think you're tracking here, okay?
No, I can recapitulate your point and show you I'm listening.
Yeah,
if
go
you want.
ahead.
Yeah, so your point is basically you said my objection about the vicious circularity is false, given that the notion of woman and the definition ends of the prior notion of woman are not identical. So there's actually two different ways the term woman is being used. And then I ask you, what's going to be the argument they're distinct? And you say I'm not listening, but I just repeated it for you.
Wait, okay. For one, I still think you're confused. Yeah.
You know, saying I'm confused doesn't make you look good, by the way.
No, again,
So stop,
like I
stop
said,
with the
you're
rhetoric.
still-
Stop
hold
with the
on.
rhetoric.
Why are you? Okay. Yeah. one's just going to be like used to like establish category, while the other's going to like explain sociological and
So
psychological.
you're confused. Ask for the argument they're distinct. Do you have a supplementary argument for that?
Oh, no.
Okay, so then why should I accept the view they're distinct given you can't prove that?
Oh.
Yo, you're in the Shark Tank right now. You want to just you want to just conclude? You could concede and we could just end it. That would be like the good faith thing to do.
Well, I think I'm still being good faith regardless.
No,
I
I'm
mean,
not saying
I've let you ask me a bunch of
you've been
questions.
good faith. No, you've been good faith. I'm just saying we could just concede, like, just for the, that's what you're supposed to do if you're in this position right now.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with conceding my time.
Oh, I was saying concede the whole debate, but because I'm not gonna lie, my cross exam is gonna just be an obliteration. You just want to concede the whole debate?
Yeah, but I would like closing statements.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Okay, so we're just moving on to closing statements.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With that, Z, you get 5 minutes. And it starts whenever you say your first word.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah. I just want to say, yeah, y'all were right. This is my first formal. I think I did okay, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Secondly, I think we're still confused on the whole circularity thing. I'm not necessarily saying that these are two separate definitions, okay? I was just saying that these are going to be referred to in different ways, right? Rather than saying that these are going to be used separately, right? Because they were used together. And then I do want to also add that where else should I go with this? Oh, I also want to say I did have a lot of contradictions there, and I was like very confused. And then with I think it was my sufficient conditions. I did have my sufficient conditions in which I don't think I actually got through all of them. I think I stopped, yeah. And then as well as for like the whole rest of the actual debate, rather than attacking any premises or having any contentions with either premise, right? I think that instead we rather attacked definitions there, right? I hate you, Unlucky. I think that rather than attacking the actual premises, I think we got sidetracked to the definitions in question, in which I did explain how they aren't going to be circular, despite having that attacked, which I don't think that actually got anywhere. And then as for positions that I was unaware I had to hold in order to make a claim there, yeah, I don't know. I think I did bad. I concede my time.
Okay. With that, OG Kali, you can do your closing statement, and it'll start whenever you say your first word.
Alrighty. I'm gonna say it one more time, man. Big shout out to KG. We had the whole team together working day and night, prepping for this, sleepless nights to make this happen and represent. Unfortunately, my boy Cap didn't get a chance to debate, so I had to come through and do what was needed for the team. Shout out to Rookie. He did what he was supposed to do. And shout out to the AF team. They was willing to accept this debate and this event, so big shout out to them. Well, given that my opponent conceded, obviously I win the discussion, but I still want to go over a few things for the audience and maybe for people who also hold to Z's view. And you guys could just work on these problems. So first, she said that, we didn't really get to talk about the premises. Well, given that prima facie the argument wasn't valid and there was no inference rule levied or any other motivations to believe the argument's valid in virtue of some other notion, that's why we didn't talk too much about the argument. But then when we delved into the definitions of the argument, we found a plethora of contradictions, right? So even if the argument was valid, given those definitions entailed, it's definitely not sound. In the discussion, I levied two critiques. I levied a persistence critique and I levied a question begging or vicious circularity critique, which neither went uncontested. So given that the two win conditions I levied on the onset were satisfied and my opponents conceded, I think that's all evidence in favor of me winning this debate. What else do I want to cover? Let me think. There's really not much to be said, so I won't just be a yapping machine. I'm gonna concede my time and let the judge give his verdict.
Okay. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the debate. And I guess like I'll say some words on the debate. That concludes the debate. Thank you both competitors for coming up to compete. And look, when it comes to debating, it does take time to develop the skill. I think good effort from both opponents, and maybe just because today probably wasn't like the greatest performance, that doesn't mean that you can't like improve in the future, and there's always room to grow. Everybody has space to grow. And so I think both people gave great effort, and I think that this could be a stepping block for people to become greater debaters. This applies to all competitors. And yeah, I like this debate. Good effort from both people, and there's always room to like grow and become better. So if anything, just take this as like a learning lesson, and yeah, it's a stepping block to become greater. This is just a block in the path. But with that, Hatim's gonna give his judge's vote if he still
you
wants
didn't
to.
say thank you for your candor.
Oh, and yeah, thank you guys for your candor. That's why I say that for other debates. But Hatim's gonna give his judge's vote, and I guess I can run the audience poll, and then, but yeah.
All right. Hey, I just want to congratulate everybody for finishing the debate. And I actually want to really give a round of applause to Z. This is your first formal debate. Debating is not easy. It's a daunting task, but you showed your courage by being up here and agreeing to be here, and that's really commendable. Kylo's an experienced person in these arenas, and you were not shy to take up the offer, so that's commendable in itself. Secondly, I think there was a lot of I think the debate was wrong from the opening statement, and the reason why is because Kylo was the only person to frame the debate, and his framing was not challenged. I think in debates, framing is probably most important, if not second most important. However many is it's up there in terms of how to win the debate. I was waiting for you to challenge any of the criterion that he set forth for how to win the debate, because as a judge, I'm looking for what you as debaters think, what it means to win the debate, and to convince me that that's what it means. Now, if somebody says, here's what winning the debate would mean, if I don't hear any refutation to it, that just means that's what it is I'm evaluating the debate on. So he was talking about, if that Kylo's a gender agnostic, if the definitions offered is going to include something like vicious circularity, and things, or if the position, if the woman if a woman is defined as something that entails sexist positions or ideologies, then that's how we would not understand that that's what losing the debate means or winning the debate means on his side means. There's few ways you could have tackled what Kylo was saying. Kylo, if I were in your position, in fact, I believe your position, right? Your position is trans woman or woman. That's my personal stance. I've debated that topic on several occasions. There are some issues you could have tackled, such as the framework of necessary and sufficient conditions for what a woman means. There might not be any necessary and sufficient conditions. there may be sufficient conditions, but for when he asks you what are the list of sufficient conditions, you could have said, well, I don't really have a totality of a list. Like there isn't a here's the list and you can pick out. You can say the list, the idea or the concept is vague, right? And he would have to argue against the idea of what it for vague concepts, right? If you frame the debate where gender identity is not this neat category that has clear rigid lines. If you debate it from that perspective, Kylo would have had a harder time. And I think just the major concessions, right, were lethal. I think you did a good job being honest. I mean, it takes a lot to concede in a debate. Being honest, you don't concede without being honest. And I think being honest is one of the rare things that we even see in debates happen as well. So I would commend you for that. But that still looks bad when you do concede as many times as you did. Some of the questions levied are there, like that I considered for judging the debate, had it gone that far. So are there any necessary sufficient conditions for someone to be a woman? Initially, I think you said yes and no to this. I'm not exactly sure, but that was one of the questions. Does the term woman appear in the definition of woman? You said no and then change your mind to saying yes. Can you be a man and a woman at the same time? Initially, you said no, and then you change your mind to saying yes. And then can someone be a woman? Here's a question that you could have really pushed back on. Can someone be a woman without social norms? You said yes. And then he asked you, oh, so what are the necessary conditions for a woman? You said adults, and then like the psychological schema of a woman. But the whole premise or the idea of your position is that woman is a social category. So I would have answered, no, you can't be a woman without the social norms. Like they're one, you can't have one without the other. And there wouldn't be anything Kylo could really say against that, right? Like the whole, you're not talking about sex, you're talking about gender, which is a social phenomenon. Absent social norms, it just wouldn't be this thing. So all that to say, there's room for improvement. I think you were respectful, except for the bitch part. But yeah,
That was justified, by the way.
yeah, Kylo won.
Okay.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Could you say that again, boss?
Yeah, Kylo won the debate, obviously.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Oh, okay. With that, thank you for your judgment.
Coco, you got pissed off at me?
Who, me?
No, Coco. I was just trying to be instructive and informative for the debate.
Oh no, me personally, like I don't mind it. I think you did a terrific job. Like I think you did a perfect job.
Okay.
And with that, the clipboard just ended.
By the way,
questions?
Yeah, I do have a friend who has a question for Kylo.
Okay.
He was supposed to debate Cap, but Cap had something come up. If you wouldn't mind letting him ask Kylo a question. It's the inverse trivialist person.
Oh, sorry guys. I had to deal with something really quick, but okay, who wants to go first? Who's going first?
Go ahead and let inverse trivialist up, please.
Okay, yeah, and right now we're doing audience comments, questions, concerns, and critiques. And if you guys have to go, you can leave at any time. But got some questions.
One last thing that I want to say. Kylo's framing made it that your definition was like invalid sound. But one thing that I would have pushed back on is whether or not definition position that they're not. And it seems like you're accepting that Kylo's framing that definitions are. So I would have just pushed back as like, oh, I'm not saying definitions are true. Yeah, what are the reasons to think definitions are truth after in the first place? They're stipulative. So you don't need them to be sound. It's not something definitions are. All right, there we go.
Kylo, so on the persistence theory for identity theory, how do you handle psychological continuity theorists like John Locke and Derek Parfit's view on like connectedness of psychological states?
Yeah, so when you ask how do I handle it, is that just to say what would be my response if that was levied in the dialectic?
Yeah, so okay, like I have a under the view when she makes the argument that these entities obviously can still identify them while unconscious. So the kind of framework here is just when you're unconscious, asleep, a coma, whatever you want to posit this as, you are not having conscious experience. Yet when you wake up, you correctly say, "I am the same person who went to sleep, had surgery," right? You would always be the same entity. I'm more so curious if we're given the explanatory case or semantical thesis of this, would you be able to motivate a view above psychological continuity or no?
I'm agnostic on that. I think all that's being said here is, look, given her view, is this a view that she's taking? Does it allow for them to be women while they're unconscious? And then what's going to be the argument that this view is true?
Okay, so wait. You're agnostic on persistence theory?
Correct.
Okay, and then I'm assuming that just follows in contingent with like identity theory, okay?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So so you wouldn't have like a way to motivate, you probably just ask for like the argument. And then with the argument, let's say she was to provide a deductive case. I guess this also kind of raises it. Do you believe like deductive arguments need some sort of inferential structure or no?
Under what modality?
We can, well, not more so a modal. I don't know what you mean by modality.
Well,
there,
when
like,
you ask me, do they need X, I'll take need to be a modal notion.
No, not in the sense of like, I guess under like if you want a modality case, I'll have like a modal intentionalist theory.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking when you say do they need
no,
to be
no,
this
okay,
way.
no, my bad. Yeah, normative. It's gonna be a normative modality. So
That's
more of a
not
semantic.
a normative
It
modality.
is, yes.
That's
A
fine.
normative
I'm not
mod-
clear on the view. I'm not clear on the view, but
Okay. Normative modality is just more of a semantical case, saying that's outside of logical like the laws of logic and how we discern impossibility from a logical case. The normative case more so pertains to linguistical and semantical cases on how things are impossible, and they refute that logic is needed.
Inverse. This seems like a debate, but it's supposed to be just questions and answer.
No, I sorry if it sounds like that. I just want like some clarity on that, and I just want to respond to what his question was towards me. But okay, if you're agnostic, then that's fine. I appreciate that. That's all I want to ask.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you can write your question down because I mean, I'm sure you guys can talk about it later.
Huh? Yeah. All right.
Okay, and with that, we can get to the next person. We do have a line of people, and we'll try to get through them as quickly as possible. Hatim's going to be in charge for a bit. I got to take care of something. But what were you going to say, Z?
Does the team have
I
mod?
was gonna say I can send Chase
Yeah.
over the argument actually, because I was gonna send him the premises.
Yeah, that's fine if you want to send it, but I don't really have questions. The main things I have is, I mean, you know, the debate went interesting. That's all I have to really say about that. The main issues that I had from the beginning, at least, well, I don't know if if Z's original argument was formal or informal. It seemed like it was informal, so
Or
it
she-
didn't seem like there was. What's that?
I was gonna say it definitely seemed formal. Her opening statement was she gave the premises and conclusion.
Well, premises and conclusions can still be informal. That doesn't have to be like
No,
when
but
you
the
say
way-
at premise 1 and premise 2, those don't have to be formal. So
what do you mean by formal then? Because that's my understanding. What formal means is that
He's just gonna be referring. Was it the inference rule?
conclusion that follow valid rule of inference.
Yeah.
And then informal can just be like in natural language, but also a set of reasons or premises that lead to conclusion. It just when you're giving an informal argument, you're just giving an argument with their natural
Wait.
language that can still be put into.
So are
set
you
of
saying
premises.
there's no such thing as a formal invalid argument?
Well, no, that's why I said formal arguments are supposed to be valid. If it's invalid, if you're saying that I'm giving a formal argument, then
So
you
there's
can
no
just
such
say
thing as a
it's
formally invalid argument. Is that what you're saying?
Well, if an argument's invalid, that's I don't even know what that's asking.
Could it be? Is it possible that an argument is formal but it's invalid? Like the structure is formal.
Yeah, it can be formal and still be invalid if one of the
Yeah.
premises aren't true.
No, those
But
They
the
don't
issue
follow the conclusion.
this is from any. I can give you a logic textbook that talks about this, but when we're talking about informal arguments, at least they don't have to have inference rules. But and also they follow with premises conclusions. So I'm not sure if Z was giving a formal or informal argument. That's besides that point. But another thing I wanted to bring up as well was when talking about the psychological profile and the persistence theory. I don't have an issue with the question like that, but it seems like when someone brings up the psychological profile, they're presumably talking about the psychological continuity and the persistence through psychology. That's another thing I think. I don't know if it was just me that thinks it's obvious since it's just in the papers, but I don't know when that question was brought up, it kind of seemed a little iffy. When presumably when they're talking about a psychological continuity view, they're talking about the psychological persistence. But that's all I have to say about the two.
Thank
Okay.
you, Chase.
Thank you for coming up.
Also,
No
that
problem.
argument got sent your way. You can look over that.
Fluxy KG, did you want to say a comment or a question?
I've got a question for Z. Z,
Go ahead.
can we be friends?
You know, I have my problems with KG members, but sure.
Okay.
Okay. Have a good
All right,
day.
that's it.
Okay,
Have a
G.
good day.
Simp is crazy. All right, Aisha, question, comment? Aisha?
Yo, Z, is this your first debate ever?
This is my first formal, actually.
But like, even in informal debates,
Yeah, no, this isn't my first, like, ever debate, and I normally hold my arguments pretty well. I just don't think I, like, understand the structure of formals yet.
okay, well, just have better definitions for things. All right.
Oh,
I mean, that's about it, really.
Thank you,
Most
Aisha.
people be pedantic
perfect.
here
Thank you, Aisha.
sometimes, but you have to have better definitions.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
All right, Forrest Mendez. Oh, he disconnected. Sabrina Carpenter.
All right, guys. Hello. You know me.
Lex, don't you dare start.
No, I'm not gonna say shit, right? I just want to point out, Kylo, you did pretty well in the debate. I'm not gonna lie, from what I watched. Z, we're definitely gonna talk
Don't you
about this
dare.
dumb shit fucking later. I'm not gonna
Okay,
lie.
Mr. Does it have a
Contradictions.
conditional?
Oh my god, bro. Yo, that's not even my fault, bro. That's what my teacher told me. My teacher was trolling me at that time. Anyways, it's okay. We're gonna get a new teacher anyway.
It's okay.
Unlucky's in the comments. Just want to point out, Unlucky should Loki just be my teacher.
I'm pretty sure Unlucky already said no.
Did he really?
I'm pretty sure,
Oh
but
shit. Alright, never mind then, I'm gonna go ask Poker now.
hey,
But like, he's just said no. Anyways, just want to point out, shout out to KG, shout out to AF, low key. You guys all did
by the
amazing
way,
in the
Lex,
debates.
what does AF even stand for?
Stands for axiom failure.
Okay, perfect.
Why?
Because I didn't know that, and I got asked, and I was like, I
How the
low-key don't
fuck
even
are you
know.
in? How the fuck are you in AF?
Because
and
you
not know this
low-key
shit?
just messaged me, was like, you down to debate? I was like, yeah.
Wait,
Oh,
what
yeah, I
does it
forgot about
stand
that
for?
shit. It stands for axiom failure. It just means like core assumptions don't hold. Like the axiom part just comes from my fucking goat Error. I think we all know him.
Freaking Dan.
Yeah,
Okay.
we all love Dan. That's my fucking goat. But yeah. All right. Shout out everybody. Bye bye.
Bye, Lex.
Bye bye.
Well-
Wex. I'm Sabrina Carpenter.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Bye, Sabrina Carpenter. It was nice speaking to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wait, can you like just drop me? Because like if I
Bye,
leave, it's
girl.
gonna kick me up alive.
Yep, I got you.
I appreciate that.
Isn't she so nice?
Yes.
But also, for the record, formal debates are a bit more like intimidating and like they're harder
Yeah,
to like
I
prep
don't know
for.
if y'all could tell by like the entire debate. I was pretty nervous, especially because, like I'm like going against somebody who's like obviously a lot more knowledgeable than I am.
Yeah, but also it's totally fine. Like, I mean, when I was
This is
first
how
like
you learn.
formally debating, like my first formal debates, like I lost a few, and like it takes time to learn the skill, and yeah, they do require a lot more like preparation, and they are more like intimidating and like up close.
Yeah, and a lot of my preparation days were spent on like family trips, which in fact I'm like preparing for one at the moment.
Yeah. But it's totally fine. Like, like there was a lot of people on here that I can say like when they first started, they weren't really like experts, but now they're like
It's
super
okay.
awesome.
I have pretty good teachers for the most part, I would say. I have great teachers.
Yo, I'm willing to take
Absolutely.
like two more questions. That I gotta head out.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally cool. But yeah, next comments, questions, concerns, or critiques. What you got for us? I can't see the rest of your name.
The Spear, what do you have? Do you have a
Spear.
question or a comment?
I have a lot of open-ended questions, but
Just
just
one.
one thing. You guys have my email domain. If you guys want to send me any of
Yeah,
those
let's go
research
ahead and get this
papers,
guy. Let's just get this
or
guy.
just push me off. It's cool.
What are you talking about? Email domain. Do you have a question or a comment?
It's Matt. Period.
Yeah,
Curl.
let's just get him out of here.
What is this guy talking about? Oh my god. Here we go.
It's confusing.
Waiting for guests to accept. All right, you left. Let's see if this person has something. Waiting for guests to join. Nope, nobody. All right, anybody else want to come up and say question or comment? Last chance.
Yeah, last chance because I'm gonna head out too.
Going once, going twice. One last thing, and just for your sake as well, Z. About the identity question, right? When he asks you, is it possible to identify while conscious? And you also said something like feelings don't stop while unconscious. I think that was you didn't have to really take.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you said feelings don't
Well,
stop.
by feelings, I was just referring
Like we
to
talking
like
about.
some form of self-identity there. Like when somebody has like a deeply rooted feeling towards like preparation to
Yo, guys, I
something.
gotta go. I appreciate you, though. I'm
Yeah,
sorry
go
to
ahead.
interrupt you. All right, take care.
Well, the point I'm just trying to say something, Z. It's like it seems like you were saying something like somebody can still identify as somebody while unconscious. And then Kylo was asking you specifically, how is somebody able to identify while they're unconscious? And that's not
yeah.
something that people can do while unconscious. But what I think the strategy that you could have taken is something like, we can infer what somebody's identity is with how they usually identify while they're conscious. So even though they can't actively identify when they're unconscious, we can still infer what their identity is from the collection of events when they are conscious. If we were to ask them based on their prior, like the most recent identification that we're aware of, like
Yeah.
you'd use an inductive case, why you would infer correctly.
Yeah.
That whatever identity, not that you need them to be like actively identify, because then you're setting yourself up for failure in that regard. I hope I'm making sense to you.
Or I'm just Loki doing something right now.
All good.
You're
All right,
good.
well,
But
thank
thank
for
you guys
coming
for
up.
having me. I really appreciate the combos and the critiques there. I appreciate it. I always love critical feedback. But thank you guys again. I'm gonna head out. Bye.
Absolutely. Come back anytime and debate anytime. But with
Hey,
that,
Coco, I'm gonna need my $20 for the night.
$20. I mean, like low key, like I could get that to you, low key.
Give me that, bro. It
I
took
mean,
like 4 hours out of my night for this.
I mean, sure. Like I can get that to you one of these days.
Nah, I appreciate it. It was pretty. Man, bro, you should have. Did you see the comments, bro? They're ruthless. Honestly, bro, I think it's okay to have people that are inexperienced to do these rounds. The reason why is because hopefully they're of the personality to grow from it, and then if they come again, we get to see their growth. I do think there should be some kind of barrier to entry here, and that might be like, are they good faith interlocutors? That might be the
Yeah.
criteria, because so far these two debates that we had tonight, was good faith, like probably one of the most good faith debates I've seen. And when I see debates where there's a bad faith interlocutor, it's like, oh my God, here we go. They're unjust and things like that. I mean,
Yeah.
not unjust, but they're like they're just wasting time at this point.
I think one of the best like debate improvements I've seen is like Wisdom Song. I think Wisdom Song is like an amazing debater right now. And at first it was a little rocky, but she's definitely grown to the point where like I would be intimidated to debate Wisdom Song on like anything in regards to like the Bible. Like I would not take that debate because like I think she's just very good at it now. And I think like, yeah, I think like we do need to do like skill matching for sure. We might want to skill match, check where everybody's skills are at when we're pairing them up and different things like that. But I think every contestant, good effort tonight. And I think that people did what they did. And yeah, good effort tonight. That's all I can say. I think people came up and gave it their best shot. And I like all the debates that happened today. Yeah. I can't do
For
it
your
without
candor. Thank you for your candor and your professionalism.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you, Forrest. But yeah.
I mean, maybe we can have an ELO system.
Maybe. Yeah, like I am like on my
You're
blog
keeping
site.
track of the win-loss records, right?
Oh yeah, I'm already doing that. On my blog site, I have a scoreboard. I do need to update it, but it has like the records of every single debate I've hosted, the ones on my channel and also the ones on Day of Debates. And
Yeah,
so
I'm gonna need you to revise my record. I want my debate against
yeah.
King.
It's also gonna include the King of the Hill debates, and it's also gonna include the Day of Debates debates. And yeah, like the one on my blog site's gonna be like every single debate I've hosted, Day of Debates, and also the ones on my channel. But the one on the Day of Debates website is gonna be only Day of Debates. So I do have a scoreboard. I just need to update it.
I can help you with the ELO system. I've created ELO systems before.
We honestly could probably work on that. I actually probably will hit you up for that. But how does it work?
Well, there's just an equation that based on the win-loss record, you get a number. And based on the quality of the wins. So if somebody with a really high win percentage beat somebody with a really low win percentage, they wouldn't get as much increase in their number of rank versus if they were to win against somebody of equal weight. So you would still gain rank if you win regardless, but you would gain less or more depending on the quality of your opponent.
Okay. Is there like is there a website where I could build something like that?
I usually just use AI, so ChatGPT.
Thinking like how could I build that web page and have it accessible to everybody? I'm using Blogger right now for my blog site, but like maybe I can find something else like Wix or something, or I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right, bro. Thanks for having me.
Yep. And I guess does anyone have any more questions, comments, or concerns for me? I might go hang out in somebody's live for a little bit, or I don't really got anything else, but I guess closing statements for this debate event. Thank you guys for being here. I can't do what I do without you guys. I appreciate the support. Remember that like life is about life is a journey. Sometimes there's going to be like some rocky shores. I think the people who win in life are the people who continue to like fight despite the challenges that they face. I think everybody in here, all the debaters, all the people watching, you all have something to offer the world. Remember that you are special. You have a talent. You have something to give to the world. Don't let anybody take that away from you or make you feel like you're unworthy. I think everybody's worthy to sit at the table. You just have to work really hard and you have to grab your seat at the table. Which I don't know, the table is some kind of like metaphorical thing for success or whatever. Whatever success might look like for you. And with that, yeah, I'm chasing my dream, hopefully to do this social media thing for a living. And I hope all of you guys chase your dreams. I hope all of you guys obtain your dreams before you pass away. And all of you guys are brilliant, smart, capable, and you can do anything that you set your mind to, and you can make your life whatever you want it to be. And you all have something to offer. Don't let anybody tell you differently. I hope you guys all contribute something amazing to the world, live a happy life, live a fulfilling life, and make the world a better place. And I think all of you guys can, and I think all of you guys already do. So with that, is anyone going live? I'm going to go to their live streams, but I'm going to end the live and I'm going to go hang out with anybody that might be live. So with that, that's all I have to say. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for all the gifts. Thank you for the gifts that were sent to the debaters and the judges. And with that, I will end it here and go. I'll be around. I'll be in people's lives. But yeah. Oh, wait. Actually, hold up. Someone has something for me?
Do you like bussy?